Chapter 301. 7th Level of the Origin Core Stage? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he was slightly surprised. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian discerned that this Hedong was a martial artist at the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage or above. The nearby He Chun noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, descending onto Hedong, and hurriedly said, "Duan Lingtian, this is senior brother Hedong, and he's one of the 7th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples of our Migres Peak. Our Migres Peak has 5 7th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples, and his strength is the strongest." Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Being able to stand out amongst the 5 7th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples, this Hedong's strength was surely extraordinary. He's inferior to Shi Hao? Duan Lingtian asked. Since Shi Hao is publicly acknowledged as the #1 disciple in the outer court, he presumably surpassed this Hedong. Senior brother Hedong's strength is slightly inferior to Shi Hao, but he's never admitted that Shi Hao is the #1 disciple in the outer court. Supposedly, he's participating in the outer court martial competition this time precisely because he wants to defeat Shi Hao and seize the first place in the outer court martial competition. He Chun slowly said, "Defeat Shi Hao and seize the first place in the outer court martial competition?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of an indistinct smile. Does this Hedong really think that besides Shi Hao, he's the strongest amongst the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples? Before long, more and more Migres Peak disciples gathered together on the Migres platform. Meanwhile, 10 outer court elders had arrived as well. Amongst the 10 outer court elders, Duan Lingtian only recognized 2 of them, Lucio, Zhao Lin. Lucio and Zhao Lin came side by side, and there ought to be some friendship between the 2 of them. Duan Lingtian. Before long, Lucio noticed Duan Lingtian from the crowd, and a wisp of a smile appeared on his face as he walked over in large strides. Elder Lucio. Duan Lingtian saw Lucio being so cordial, and instantly lightly smiled as he greeted him. "Duan Lingtian, I've really misjudged you." Lucio looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. At that time, it was he who led Duan Lingtian to Migres Peak. Although he felt that this young man who was about 20 years old was different from the other new disciples, he never thought that Duan Lingtian would be so abnormal. Only arrived at Migres Peak for a few days, and he'd already killed 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples. 2 months later, he killed another 6th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple. His name spread throughout the entire 7-star sword sect's outer court. Of course, even in the inner court, many people knew that a monstrous disciple, Duan Lingtian, had appeared in the outer court. Work hard and get a good ranking in this outer sect martial competition. After Lucio smiled at Duan Lingtian, he went to greet the other outer sect elders. If the rules of the outer sect martial competition had not changed, he didn't doubt in the slightest that Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain first place in the outer sect martial competition. But this time, because Duan Lingtian had revealed his ability, the peak masters of the 6 peaks had changed the rules of the outer sect martial competition at the last minute and didn't set up any restrictions. After the rules were changed, the 7th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples of the 6 great sword peaks could participate in the outer sect martial competition this time. This caused the competition to be even more intense. Even though Duan Lingtian had once killed a 6th level Origin Core Stage martial artist 3 months ago. But the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage and the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage was a watershed, and he didn't think that Duan Lingtian was able to defeat a 7th level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Zhao Lin followed after Lucio walked away, and his icy cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, waiting to swallow him up. Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest, and a light smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, causing Zhao Lin's expression to become even more unsightly. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Suddenly, a voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and he instead noticed that Hedong, who was resting with his eyes closed in the distance, had unknowingly arrived by his side. Duan Lingtian looked at Hedong and nodded indifferently. "I heard you killed the Fecta Peak's 6th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple, Xiao Ying, 3 months ago. Your natural talent isn't bad." Hedong nodded to Duan Lingtian, and his expression was stiff and reserved. Your natural talent isn't bad as well. It ought to not be long before you'll be able to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, right? Duan Lingtian's gaze was incomparably deep, and when it descended onto Hidong, it seemed as if it could see through everything. Relying on his acute spiritual force, Duan Lingtian was able to sense the minute changes on Hidong's body. Although Hidong's expression didn't change, but his eyes couldn't help but constrict now. He noticed that before this outer court disciple that was a little over 20, he seemed as if he completely had no secrets. This outer court disciple's gaze seemed as if it could see through everything. Looks like I've still underestimated you. Hidong took a deep breath, and a wisp of a smile appeared on his stiff face as he nodded to Duan Lingtian. Hidong. This was a self-introduction. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't have any ill feelings towards Hidong, and now that Hidong was polite, he naturally wouldn't be disrespectful. Your reputation is well-deserved. Hidong smiled to Duan Lingtian, and at the same time he turned and left, he added, if you need help with the matter of Shihao, feel free to ask. Thank you. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. This Hidong was slightly interesting. The nearby He-chun was dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian, senior brother Hidong, actually took the initiative to greet you earlier. Moreover, he has the intention of helping you. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Even if Hidong was willing to help him, he wouldn't ask for it. He would deal with his own matters. Moreover, according to what He-chun said, Hidong's strength seemed to be inferior to Shihao. If Hidong was injured because of him, then he would really owe Hidong a great favor. After Lucio and Hidong successively greeted Duan Lingtian, for a time, Duan Lingtian became the center of attention of many people. Along with the first round of the outer court martial competition beginning, the gazes of these people left Duan Lingtian. In the first round of the outer court martial competition, everyone received a number plate and took turns to battle. Duan Lingtian received number plate number 189. It belonged to the 7th combat ring. Every combat ring would give birth to an arena master that would advance in the end and obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition tomorrow. It was unknown if it was the intention of the group of Migres Peak outer court elders, but the 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples, including Hidong, were respectively divided into the 1st combat ring to the 5th combat ring. The outer court disciples that were allocated to these 5 combat rings all had bitter smiles on their faces. After the outer court martial competition began, the 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples stood there from the 1st combat ring to the 1st combat ring, as if they were invincible gods of war. The outer court disciples that were allocated to these 5 combat rings all directly admitted defeat, as no one had the courage to ascend the combat ring, because they knew that even if they ascended the combat ring, they would only be looking for a beating. They could only wait for the final arena master to be born from the other 5 combat rings before proceeding with the challenge. Once they succeeded in their challenge, they would be able to replace the arena master and become the new arena master. They would obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition tomorrow. So, they weren't discouraged. The 7th combat ring. It was also the combat ring that Duan Lingtian led. Number 181 and 182 ascended the combat ring and carried out the elimination battles. Both of them were 5th level origin core stage outer court disciples. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that the outer court disciples on the 1st to 5th combat rings, 6th combat ring, 8th combat ring, 9th combat ring, and 10th combat ring were practically all existences at the 5th or 6th level of the origin core stage, and not a single outer court disciple below the 5th level of the origin core stage could be seen. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. It was practically impossible for outer court disciples below the 5th level of the origin core stage to obtain the final 10 positions. So, even though there were many outer court disciples on the Migres platform, most of them had come to watch the show. There were only close to 300 outer court disciples that had truly participated in the first round of the outer court martial competition. These 300 people were all outer court disciples at the 5th level of the origin core stage or above. Duan Lingtian's gaze returned to the 7th combat ring. Meanwhile, the result of the battle between the two 5th level origin core stage outer court disciples was out. One of them relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to firmly defeat the other outer court disciple that only had a grade 8 spirit sword. What a pity! His strength wasn't inferior to his opponent, but because his spirit sword was inferior to his opponent, he lost. He Chun sighed, and was slightly regretful for the latter. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. A spirit sword is also a part of strength. In next to no time, a few more elimination battles played out successively on the 7th combat ring. 10 combat rings. Every combat ring had a Migres Peak outer court elder standing at the side. The duty of these outer court elders was to prevent outer court disciples from being injured during the elimination battles. After all, swords and sabers had no eyes. Number 189. The outer court elder that stood at the side of the 7th combat ring suddenly spoke out. "It's my turn." Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then his figure flashed out to ascend the 7th combat ring. Duan Lingtian. The outer court elder's gaze abruptly shone when he saw Duan Lingtian. Presently, the outer court disciple that stood on the 7th combat ring was a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, and when he saw Duan Lingtian, his originally composed expression instantly became slightly flustered. Duan Lingtian had once killed a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple 3 months ago. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the arena, he instantly drew the gazes of many people. The outer court disciples that originally surrounded the other combat rings to watch the show now all gushed towards the 7th combat ring. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has entered the arena. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian killed the 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiao Ying, on the Fecta Peaks Life and Death Arena, and I wasn't able to witness it with my own 2 eyes. Today, I'm finally able to witness his elegant demeanor. Supposedly, that time 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian relied on a cultivation at the 5th level of the origin core stage to kill Xiao Ying. I've always been extremely curious. How did he do it? You don't have to be curious now. You'll be able to see it right away. Streams of people flowed in the surroundings of the 7th combat ring, and the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian. Elder, how about we temporarily stop fighting here? We want to see Duan Lingtian make a move as well. After the 2 outer court disciples on the 6th combat ring discussed it, they spoke to the outer court elder that stood at the side of the combat ring. All right, I just happened to want to witness this Duan Lingtian's ability. The outer court elder nodded and didn't have any objections. Chapter 302. The gazes of the 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples that stood on the 1st combat ring to the 5th combat ring, including He Dong, descended onto Duan Lingtian as well. They were extremely interested in Duan Lingtian as well. A young man that was a little over 20 had killed a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple on Fecta Peaks Life and Death Arena 3 months ago. They'd heard of it. Supposedly, this young man didn't utilize an inscription at that time, and completely relied on his strength to kill the outer court disciple. It was simply inconceivable. At least, they asked themselves if they were at this age, they were absolutely unable to accomplish this. Duan Lingtian. Lu Qiu stood at the side of the 3rd combat ring, and his gaze descended onto the 7th combat ring, staring fixedly at the figure that didn't move like a mountain. He saw the hope of Migres Peak on this young man. He saw the hope of the 7-star sword sect. At the side of the 4th combat ring, Zhao Lin's face sank, and he grunted in a low voice, and his eyes emitted a frightening cold light. As far as he was concerned, the reason Duan Lingtian was able to obtain such accomplishments at such an age was because Duan Lingtian cultivated that miraculous cultivation method, Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. If Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate that cultivation method, he might not have such accomplishments. So, no matter what, he had to obtain that cultivation method. At all costs. By hook or by crook. On the 7th combat ring, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air in his hand. This was a grade 7 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian's opponent, a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, was a young man around the age of 26 or 27. When faced with Duan Lingtian, who had a carefree expression, he felt slightly weak in his heart, and his hand that held the grade 7 spirit sword became slightly moist. That was cold sweat. Although Duan Lingtian was only a young man that was a little over 20, Duan Lingtian brought extremely great pressure to him, pressing him down to the point he was slightly unable to catch his breath. This was an existence that had once killed a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. Moreover, the strength of that 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple wasn't inferior to him. You won't kill me, right? Under the gazes of everyone present, the young man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked with slight difficulty. Of course not. There is no enmity between us, so why would I want to kill you? Besides, isn't there an elder watching from the side? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that after waiting for such a long time, he would receive such a reply. Do I look like a cruel person who kills people at the drop of a hat? Hee. The young man smiled awkwardly. Under the impatient and murderous gazes around him, he finally moved. Whoosh! The young man's figure moved. His footsteps were extremely light, and he left behind a string of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he rushed towards Duan Lingtian. Above him, 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Whoosh! The sword flashed out as if it had transformed into a bolt of lightning. It appeared in a flash and smashed down towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner. In the sky, 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This sword strike contained the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot with a calm expression. When the young man arrived before him, Duan Lingtian's outer court disciple attire was blown by the strong wind caused by the young man's figure flashing, and it fluttered in the wind. Duan Lingtian, why aren't you drawing your sword? The surrounding crowd of spectators were bewildered when they saw the sword strike in the young man's hand that had transformed into a bolt of lightning and smashed down towards Duan Lingtian. Finally, Duan Lingtian moved. Sword drawing arts. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and a sword light that was swift to the extreme instantly moved to intercept the young man's sword strike that had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Above Duan Lingtian, only 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In other words, Duan Lingtian utilized the strength of a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist and relied on a Grade 7 spirit sword to execute this sword skill. At this instant, all the surrounding spectators held their breaths. The strength of Duan Lingtian's sword strike was inferior to his opponent's strength by the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. Could he win? If it was before, no one would think that Duan Lingtian would be able to win. But 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had once used this strength to kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Finally, clang! The Grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the young man's Grade 7 spirit sword that had transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended down. The two terrifying forces collided together, causing the air to shake. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight smile. When the young man's sword descended, he felt that Duan Lingtian's strength seemed to be far inferior to his strength, and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of wild joy. I'm going to defeat Duan Lingtian. He was excited in his heart. But in next to no time, the smile on his face completely froze, because he noticed that a terrifying trembling force suddenly gushed out from Duan Lingtian's Grade 7 spirit sword. The frequency of this force's trembling became faster and faster. Let go! An explosive shout sounded out by his ears, and it caused the young man who was hesitating about whether he should let go, and the web between his thumb and index finger split open, didn't dare hesitate any longer, and he hurriedly let go. After Duan Lingtian warned the young man, the Grade 7 spirit sword in his hand shook and flicked the young man's Grade 7 spirit sword away, and it fell to the ground with a clang. If the young man didn't let go, the young man's bones would absolutely be shattered by his quake energy. Whoosh! The origin energy on the Grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that was trembling with a terrifying frequency that was difficult to detect was restrained, and it transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended onto the young man's throat. The outcome had already been decided. The young man stood on the spot. The web between his thumb and index finger of the hand that held the sword had split open and was dripping with fresh blood, but he seemed to not have the slightest reaction. Cold sweat ceaselessly emerged from his forehead. Although he'd lost, he didn't feel the slightest sense of loss, and was instead slightly glad that he'd escaped with his life. Number 189, Duan Lingtian, Victory, becomes the arena master of the 7th combat ring. The outer court elder at the side of the 7th combat ring was the first to react, and he restrained the shock on his face as he announced, "Whoosh!" A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Unbelievable. It's simply too bizarre. Duan Lingtian's sword strike that was swung out with the strength of 90 ancient mammoths actually suppressed an attack executed with the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. It's truly unbelievable. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian defeated a strong opponent as the weak and killed Xiaoing on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena. Now, he's defeated a strong opponent as the weak once again and defeated our Migres Peak's 6th level origin core stage martial artist. Too terrifying. Even the most outstanding 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation seemed to be far from being so heaven-defying when they were at Duan Lingtian's age. Of course, looks like a peerless monster has really appeared in our 7-star sword sect this time. All the outer court disciples had shocked expressions. Their gazes were extremely complicated, but there was even more joy. Duan Lingtian was their Migres Peak's outer court disciple. In the future, even if Duan Lingtian became an inner court disciple and went to the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he'd still come from their Migres Peak and was the pride of their Migres Peak. What a bizarre ability. Hedong stood on the first combat ring, and a trace of shock appeared on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who'd put away his sword and stood there proudly. The other 4 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples looked at each other as well. Did all of you perceive any inkling of that sword strike of his? The 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple couldn't help but ask. Including Hedong, the 4 of them shook their heads. Actually, it wasn't only them. Even the 10 Migres Peak outer court elders present were unable to see through what was so special about Duan Lingtian's sword strike. What a terrifying ability. Zhao Lin's burning gaze seemed as if it was able to penetrate Duan Lingtian's body, and his feelings surged, unable to calm down for a long time. Even I'm unable to see through the ability this Duan Lingtian executed. However, I can be sure that it ought to be a technique from the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. I must obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. At this moment, Zhao Lin seemed as if he'd been possessed. Duan Lingtian felt Zhao Lin's gaze, and his body slightly leaned, and his eyes just happened to meet Zhao Lin's gaze. He saw the madness and greed in Zhao Lin's eyes. This Zhao Lin, he really chatters endlessly. Duan Lingtian's face sank, as he naturally guessed Zhao Lin's current thoughts. Zhao Lin probably attributed all the miracles that happened to him to the non-existent cultivation method, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, that Duan Lingtian fabricated. I wonder what expression Zhao Lin would have if he knew that the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll utterly doesn't exist in this world. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Hiss, amongst the surrounding crowd of outer court disciples. An outer court disciple was dumbstruck for a long time, and in the end, he couldn't help but gasp. He was precisely Tang Bai. The Tang Bai that was entrusted by Zhao Lin to go look for trouble with Duan Lingtian, and accepted Duan Lingtian's invitation to the life and death arena, yet didn't dare be on the spot. At that time, Tang Bai had heard of the news of Duan Lingtian killing the Fecta Peak's 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiaoing, so he didn't dare be on the spot and carry out a battle on the life and death arena with Duan Lingtian. Now that he thought about it, Tang Bai suddenly felt how wise he was. Even though he'd suffered many disdainful looks because of this during these 3 months, and he was extremely aggrieved in his heart. But now, the aggrieved feeling in his heart had vanished like smoke into thin air. Compared to his own life, everything else wasn't worth mentioning. The first round of the outer court martial competition continued. For a time, the 7th combat ring that Duan Lingtian was at was like the 1st to 5th combat rings, becoming a forbidden area that other people didn't dare set foot in. There wasn't another outer court disciple that was allocated to the 7th combat ring that dared ascend the 7th combat ring to battle Duan Lingtian. They admitted defeat one after another. waiting for the birth of the final arena master of the remaining 4 combat rings. At that time, so long as they had the strength, they would similarly be able to obtain the opportunity to advance. Duan Lingtian stood on the 7th combat ring and looked around in boredom, occasionally looking at the elimination battles on the 6th combat ring, occasionally looking at the 8th combat ring, the 9th combat ring, and the 10th combat ring. Time silently flowed by. In only a single morning's time, the 10 Migres Peak disciples with the strongest strengths that obtained advancement were born. Of the 10 Migres Peak disciples, 5 were at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, and 4 were at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. Chapter 303. The 10 of you head to Mizar Peak at dawn tomorrow. The Outer Court Martial Competition this time will be held at Mizar Peak's Mizar Balcony. At that time, it will be personally presided over by the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. The curtains to the first round of the Outer Court Martial Competition had fallen, and the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Lu Qiu, looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 10 as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian's group of 10 nodded, indicating that they understood. In next to no time, the 10 Migres Peak Outer Court Elders, led by Lu Qiu, left successively. Congratulations, Senior Brother He Dong. Congratulations, Senior Brother Wang Zhu. Subsequently, the group of Outer Court disciples started congratulating the Outer Court disciples that had advanced, especially the 5 7th level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciples led by He Dong. They were even surrounded by the group of Outer Court disciples. All the Outer Court disciples were incomparably enthusiastic, and all wanted to form a good relationship with He Dong's group of 5. After all, the 5 of them were practically nailed to the Inner Court disciples in the future. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. He Chun arrived before Duan Lingtian as well, and thanked Duan Lingtian. Although he knew since long ago that with Duan Lingtian's strength, he would surely be able to pass through the first round of the Outer Court Martial Competition, but when it really came to this moment, he still felt happy for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to He Chun. Then the two of them walked side by side, following the group of Migres Peak disciples to leave the Migres platform. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to He Chun, then left. After leaving, Duan Lingtian's brows knit, then merged into the surging stream of people, moving back and forth, and only after half an hour did he conceal himself into a remote mountain path. Now, no matter who it is, it's impossible for them to follow me. Duan Lingtian's actions earlier weren't superfluous, and it was precisely because he was worried about being followed. Of course, it was mainly to guard against Zhao Lin. Today, Zhao Lin's display caused Duan Lingtian to feel pressure. He believed that as long as Zhao Lin didn't achieve his goal, Zhao Lin wouldn't let him off. So, he had to guard against Zhao now. If he really allowed Zhao Lin to find the slightest chance, then he would surely die and be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with coldness. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian eased up his furious and agitated feelings. Then he headed towards the peak of Migres Peak and returned to the stalactite cave. But now, on a mountain path on Migres Peak, a figure flashed out and Zhao Lin appeared. His expression was as ugly as it could be. That Duan Lingtian was actually able to shake me off. Looks like it wasn't a coincidence or luck that he was able to shake me off. In that case, he can discover me. At that instant, apart from the coldness in Zhao Lin's eyes, there was also a hint of greed. How shocking! Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have such means. Or perhaps, the reason why you were able to discover me was because of that miraculous muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing technique. Now, Zhao Lin had attributed all the unimaginable things that had happened to Duan Lingtian to the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll. His desire for the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll grew stronger and stronger. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely obtain your muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll. Zhao Lin thought in his heart, seeming to have thought of something. Then he left Migres Peak and stepped onto the chain bridge. After arriving at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he continued towards the distance and finally arrived at Alioth Peak. Within a spacious gorge on Alioth Peak, Elder Zhao Lin, the young man with a warped and hideous appearance and a pair of triangular eyes, frowned slightly when he saw the middle-aged man that walked in. He recognized the person before him. It was the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin. Sure Hao. Zhao Lin saw Sure Hao and nodded indifferently. Although Sure Hao was the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, he was only a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist, and was no different than an ant in the eyes of Zhao Lin, an elder of the 7-star sword sect. Elder Zhao Lin, I wonder why you're looking for me? Sure Hao went straight to the point and asked, as he didn't think that this Migres Peak Outer Court Elder had only come to visit him. Although he and this Migres Peak Elder knew each other, they'd never conversed in the past. Not even a single word. Sure Hao, a straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. I've come to look for you today only for the sake of Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin went straight to the point as well, and his eyes flickered with a dense and fierce light. Sure Hao frowned. His originally hideous and warped features were twisted together, and his pair of triangular eyes flickered with a cold sheen. He saw the fierce light in Zhao Lin's eyes. He only thought that this was Zhao Lin targeting him, and his face instantly sank. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm sorry. If it's related to the matter of Duan Lingtian, then there's nothing to discuss between the two of us. Zhao Lin was the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder. Duan Lingtian was a Migres Peak disciple. As far as he was concerned, Zhao Lin had surely come this time for the sake of making him dispel the thought of dealing with Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin's face sank when he heard Sure Hao, and his eyes emitted dense coldness. Whoosh! Zhao Lin raised his hand, and his sleeve swelled up as he abruptly swept out. Instantly, a few hundred ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Zhao Lin. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and Sure Hao was swept flying by Zhao Lin's sleeve like an arrow that left the bowstring. Bang! Sure Hao fell to the ground in a sorry state, and he ceaselessly spat out blood from his mouth, but his triangular eyes stared fixedly at Zhao Lin, and contained frightening coldness mixed within. Zhao Lin, you dare touch me? Touch you? Zhao Lin sneered. His figure flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived before Sure Hao, and the origin energy in his hand roiled and condensed. Do you believe that once this hand of mine descends, you'll die for sure? He'd already held back when he swung out his sleeve earlier. If he exerted his full strength, then Sure Hao would have died for sure. Within this gorge, even if he killed Sure Hao, no one would know that it was done by him, and there was utterly no need to worry about the 7-star sword sect blaming him. Sure Hao's face sank, and the coldness in his triangular eyes grew even colder. So what? Even if I die, I won't let that Duan Lingtian off. He crippled my sister's Dantian, so I must make him die. No one is able to stop me. Sure Hao's words caused Zhao Lin's face to freeze. Do you think I'm asking you to let Duan Lingtian off? Could it be that you aren't? Sure Hao sneered, and his triangular eyes were cold as before. Humph. Zhao Lin grunted coldly and scolded. Idiot. I wish for nothing more than to make that Duan Lingtian die. But you actually think I'm asking you to let him off? Truly laughable. The enraged expression on Sure Hao's face completely froze, and he looked at Zhao Lin with suspicion. Elder Zhao Lin, is what you said true? Do you think I have to lie to you? Zhao Lin raised his hand, and a grade 7 gold injury pill flew out to descend into Sure Hao's hand. Consume it. Sure Hao took a deep breath and consumed the medicinal pill, causing his injuries to recover, and he stood up with a slightly apologetic expression. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm sorry, it was Sure Hao who misunderstood you. But I wonder why Elder Zhao Lin has come here this time? I naturally came here to give you a chance to kill Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin's gaze went cold as he slowly spoke. When he saw Sure Hao's bewildered expression, Zhao Lin continued. Sure Hao, you wouldn't be thinking that if you encounter Duan Lingtian tomorrow, you'll be able to kill him, right? The outer court martial competition has always strictly prohibited outer court disciples from killing each other. If you really dare to directly kill that Duan Lingtian, then I'm afraid the trouble you'll face won't be small. Humph. Sure Hao's face sank, and traces of coldness appeared in his eyes. So what? For the sake of my sister, Sure Yin, I'll surely burn that Duan Lingtian's bones and scatter his ashes, no matter the cost. The rules of the 7-star sword sect are unable to stop me. Then what if you're able to kill Duan Lingtian and don't have to violate the rules of the seven-star sword sect? Zhao Lin said indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, what do you mean by this? Sure Hao frowned and had a puzzled expression. If I have a way to make tomorrow's outer court martial competition become a life and death competition, what do you think? Wouldn't you feel like a fish in water? The corners of Zhao Lin's mouth curled into a smile that concealed a scheme. Really? Sure Hao's eyes shone. If it was really possible, then even if he killed Duan Lingtian, he wouldn't violate the rules of the seven-star sword sect. After all, it was said that it would be a life and death competition, and even if someone died, it would be understandable. Is there any need for me to deceive you? Zhao Lin had a face full of confidence. Sure Hao took a deep breath, then looked at Zhao Lin with a burning gaze. Elder Zhao Lin, you specially came to look for me and tell me this matter. You ought to not have come just to tell me this good news, right? Zhao Lin nodded. Of course. My request is extremely simple. After you kill Duan Lingtian, I want his spatial ring. Just this? Sure Hao was stunned. This request was indeed extremely simple. Although he'd realized that Duan Lingtian's spatial ring ought to have something Zhao Lin needed, he didn't care. He only wanted to take revenge for his younger sister. Just this. Zhao Lin nodded once more. How about it? Elder Zhao Lin, I promise you. So long as you're able to make tomorrow's outer court martial competition become a life and death competition. Sure Hao agreed. As far as he was concerned, this was a good thing that came knocking on his door. All right. Zhao Lin smiled and left in satisfaction. As far as he was concerned, so long as he obtained Duan Lingtian's spatial ring, he would surely be able to obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. From Duan Lingtian's current accomplishments, he was able to realize that the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll wasn't simple. He was almost certain that Duan Lingtian would surely carry a cultivation method like this with him. After all, the more profound the cultivation method, the more complicated it was. It was extremely difficult to remember. Usually, one would carry it with them. At the side of the cliff at the peak of Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian was half lying on a crooked tree that was concealed within the clouds and mist, leaning on the strong branch of the crooked tree. Two little fellows that cause others to worry about. As he drank the monkey wine and gazed towards the direction of the primeval forest, Duan Lingtian thought of the two little pythons once more. I wonder if Kerr has returned. When he thought of Kerr, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. That delicate and pitiful young girl he met on the streets of Fresh Breeze Town all those years ago was now able to take charge of herself. At the same time that he felt gratified, he also felt pity and love in his heart. That was his woman. Chapter 304. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian bathed in the morning dew and left the peak of Migres Peak. Mizar Peak. It was the first time that Duan Lingtian had gone there, so he didn't know where Mizar Peak was. However, after arriving at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he was able to see the surging stream of people all heading towards one direction. He knew clearly in his heart that these people were surely heading towards Mizar Peak to open the balcony. So, he followed the stream of people. On the way, he could hear various discussions. I never imagined that the outer court martial competition this time actually changed the rules and didn't restrict that only outer court disciples that entered the 7-star sword sect within 3 years are able to participate. Yeah, I originally thought that since I'm at the 5th level of the origin core stage, I ought to be able to pass through the first round of the outer court martial competition. But now that the rules have been changed, those that advance in the first round of the outer court martial competition are either at the 6th level of the origin core stage or at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Now that the rules have been changed, the first in the outer court martial competition this time will surely be Alioth Peak's senior brother Sure Hao without a doubt. That might not be the case. Don't forget, Migres Peak's senior brother Hedong, Alcade Peak's senior sisters Waching, and Merak Peak's senior brother Hu Shuefeng have strengths that aren't much inferior to senior brother Sure Hao. I heard that Merak Peak's senior brother Hu Shuefeng was bestowed a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification by his master, the Peak Master of Merak Peak, some time ago. What? A grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification? Are you sure? A grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification? Duan Lingtian walked on the chain bridge that led to Mizar Peak, and he was slightly moved when he heard the discussions of the few 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that walked past him. The higher the grade of a spirit weapon, the greater the difficulty of refining it. That day in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Swallow Mountain County's county city, he and the Chu family's second elder had bet their lives on weapons refinement. The grade 8 spirit weapon refined by the Chu family's second elder was able to provide a 19% amplification, and it was already extremely rare. It could be considered to be a top-grade spirit weapon amongst grade 8 spirit weapons. On the other hand, a grade 7 spirit artifact that could provide an amplification of 29% was even rarer than the former. Even if it's me, once my cultivation steps into the 7th level of the Origin Core stage and becomes a grade 7 weapons craftsman, I'll at most be able to refine a grade 7 spirit weapon with a 31% amplification. Whereas if I try my best, I can refine a grade 8 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 22% now. So, Duan Lingtian deeply knew how difficult it was to obtain a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29%. I never imagined that in this tiny Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there's still a weapons craftsman capable of refining a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Soon after, their discussion entered Duan Lingtian's ears again. Supposedly, that grade 7 spirit sword was something the Peak Master of Merak Peak went to the Dark Cloud Empire and specially invited a weapons refinement master to refine for senior brother Hu Shuefeng. Even if it's in the Dark Cloud Empire, a weapons refinement master capable of refining a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification is surely not a nobody. I heard long ago that the Peak Master of Merak Peak doted on senior brother Hu Shuefeng, but I never imagined that it was to such an extent. With such a grade 7 spirit sword to rely on, senior brother Hu Shuefeng's strength has surely increased greatly. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that the grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification was refined by a weapons refinement master of the Dark Cloud Empire. Dark Cloud Empire. If it was said that the Crimson Sky Kingdom was a subordinate kingdom of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was a subordinate kingdom of the Dark Cloud Empire. Duan Lingtian knew a little about this. But even then, it still caused Duan Lingtian to feel surprised. According to the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, a weapons refinement master capable of refining a grade 7 spirit weapon with a 29% amplification was rare even in the foreign lands. He could be sure. That weapons refinement master surely had his own unique points. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian followed the stream of people to arrive at Mizar Peak, and finally arrived at his destination, the open balcony. The open balcony of Mizar Peak was similar to the Migres platform of Migres Peak. It was an extremely vast platform, and there were 10 spacious combat rings on it. When he was on the Migres platform yesterday, there were only Migres Peak disciples, and although there were many people, it didn't seem to be crowded. But today, on this open balcony, the stream of people surged, causing one to be unable to move an inch. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice entered into his ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from turning around. It was an extremely unfamiliar 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that greeted him. You are. Duan Lingtian didn't recognize this outer court disciple. Duan Lingtian, I'm a Migres Peak disciple as well. Yesterday on the Migres platform, your sword strike that seemed as if it had the help of the gods was too formidable. This Migres Peak disciple had an excited expression when he saw Duan Lingtian actually replied to him. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then he replied with a smile. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian? The Migres Peak's little freak. Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that along with this Migres Peak disciple greeting him, for a time, the surrounding crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples avoided him, and they surrounded him and sized him up from top to bottom. So young. He's at most a little over 20. It's him that killed the Fecta Peak's 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple, Xiao Ying? All the seven-star sword sect outer court disciples spoke with words that were filled with interest towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned, as he didn't like this feeling. Scoundrel! Suddenly, a moving voice that was like an aureole sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Just by hearing the voice and not seeing the person, Duan Lingtian already knew who it was. Duan Lingtian's slightly stiff face bloomed with a light smile, and he walked out of the crowd in large strides. Perhaps it was because the surrounding people knew of Duan Lingtian's identity and were slightly fearful, but now, everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, the crowd automatically opened up a path. Duan Lingtian arrived outside the Mizar platform, and his eyes were filled with tender love as he looked at Li Fei, who stood there with a joyful expression. Little Fei, Duan Lingtian, junior sister said she saw you when she arrived, and I thought she was seeing things. The beautiful young woman beside Li Fei smiled mischievously. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Li Fei instantly blushed when she heard this. Senior sister. Duan Lingtian looked at the young woman and lightly smiled as he greeted her, but he was secretly shocked in his heart. Earlier, he only knew that this senior sister of Little Fei's was called Zuoqing. But on the way here earlier, he'd heard many outer court disciples mention Zuoqing, and their words placed Zuoqing at a height that was only inferior to the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shihao, in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. She was ranked on par with the Migres Peaks Hedong and the Merak Peaks Hu Shuefeng. At that time, he realized that this senior sister Zuoqing wasn't simple. Zuoqing looked at Duan Lingtian and replied with a smile. The young man before her was her junior sister's man, and she didn't take Duan Lingtian to be an outsider. It's senior sister Zuoqing. In next to no time, many 7-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform recognized Zuoqing and exclaimed in surprise. That junior sister by senior sister Zuoqing's side is so beautiful. Too beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. A smile that can overturn a city. A second smile that can overturn a kingdom. Nothing more than this. The gazes of the numerous 7-star sword sect outer court disciples quickly descended onto Li Fei, who was by Zuoqing's side. To them, Li Fei was truly too beautiful, although there were many female disciples in the 7-star sword sect. But there was practically no one that possessed a peerless appearance like Li Fei. In terms of cultivation, women were innately weaker than men, so outstanding women in the martial Tao were extremely rare. Moreover, a woman that was able to be outstanding in both appearance and martial Tao was even less than 1 in 10,000. So when they saw such a beautiful woman in the 7-star sword sect, the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples slightly lost their composure. Although everyone loved beauty, but now that so many burning gazes descended onto Li Fei, it still caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly displeased. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and domineeringly held onto Li Fei's jade hand, then pulled Li Fei to his side. It was as if he was declaring the ownership of Li Fei. Scoundrel! Being pulled by Duan Lingtian like this in public caused Li Fei's beautiful face to go slightly red, and her pink and tender cheeks seemed like they would break with a flick of a finger. This caused the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples on the balcony to be dumbstruck. However, the strand of faintly discernible happiness within Li Fei's pair of beautiful eyes that were like water was obvious. Instantly, the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples reacted to what had happened, and numerous gazes that were filled with killing intent descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian and replace him. Our 7-star sword sect finally had a drop-dead gorgeous junior sister appear with great difficulty, but I never imagined that someone would beat us to it. This Duan Lingtian is simply a winner in life. Not to mention his natural talent in the martial Tao is shocking. He's actually able to obtain the favor of this junior sister. Speaking of which, I'm afraid only a man like Duan Lingtian is worthy of this junior sister. You're right. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples didn't conceal their discussion in the slightest, and it caused the blush on Li Fei's face to deepen slightly. Little Fei, is back? Duan Lingtian ignored the surrounding gazes of envy and jealousy, and he looked at Li Fei as he asked with slight anticipation. Li Fei shook her head. I asked Master yesterday, and Master said that the Peak Master and Little Sister Kerr haven't returned. Looks like Little Sister Kerr won't be able to make it in time for the outer court martial competition this time. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian, who only had eyes for Li Fei, seemed to have noticed something, and his expression froze slightly. Little Fei, you broke through? A light smile hung on Li Fei's angelic face. I just broke through a few days ago. Duan Lingtian, you have to work hard. Junior sister has already caught up to you now. Zuoqing looked at Duan Lingtian in a timely manner as she teased him. A few days ago, when she found out that Li Fei had broken through once again, Zuoqing was extremely shocked. After all, this junior sister of hers had only broken through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage 3 months ago. It had only been 3 months, and her junior sister had actually broken through once again. Chapter 305. Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard Zuoqing, seeming to not mind in the slightest that Li Fei had caught up to him in terms of cultivation. Senior sister, even though I've broken through, I'm still unable to pass the first round of the outer court martial competition. Li Fei faintly sighed, seeming to be slightly regretful and disappointed. Zuoqing shook her head and smiled. Junior sister, the outer court martial competition this time is rather special. No one had expected that the peak masters of the 6 peaks would change the rules at the last minute. If the rules weren't changed, then with your current cultivation, you would surely be able to advance and participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. As she spoke up to hear, Zuoqing glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, as if she was saying to Duan Lingtian, all of this is your fault. If it wasn't for you, the outer court martial competition wouldn't have changed the rules at the last minute. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. This was something that even he had never expected beforehand. Scoundrel, you and senior sister have to work hard. It's best if you take first place. Li Fei quickly recovered and cheered for Duan Lingtian and Zuoqing. Her beautiful face slightly flushed, causing others to have the impulse to be unable to refrain from wanting to kiss her. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. He'd come to participate in the outer court martial competition this time, precisely for the sake of taking first place. Junior sister. Zuoqing instead shook her head and smiled. How could it be so easy? So long as you're an outer court disciple, you can participate in the outer court martial competition this time. Amongst them, I don't have any confidence in that Alioth Peak Sure How. Sure How. Li Fei's beautiful brows slightly frowned. Why does this name feel slightly familiar? Duan Lingtian shrugged when he saw Zuoqing looking over with a strange expression, then said to Li Fei, this Sure How is the older brother of the number 1 disciple in the outer court that Shi Yan spoke of. Shi Yan's older brother? Li Fei's peerlessly beautiful face couldn't help but sink when she thought of Shi Yan, as she didn't have the slightest good impression of that woman with a warped appearance and a warped mentality. I heard Sure How went to Migres Peak to look for you? Zuoqing looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Senior sister, you're really well informed. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised that Zuoqing knew about this. After all, even he only found out about this matter recently. Moreover, besides the Migres Peak disciples, there seemed to not be many people that knew about this matter. After all, he was a Migres Peak disciple no matter what. In the eyes of the Migres Peak disciples, he didn't dare make an appearance because he was afraid of Sure How. As the saying goes, dirty linen should not be aired in public. On this matter, the Migres Peak disciples had all reached a tacit understanding, and they didn't publicize it wantonly. Scoundrel, did Sure How look for you? Are you okay? Upon hearing that Sure How had gone to look for Duan Lingtian, Li Fei's face was filled with anxiety. Her pair of clear eyes focused as she sized up the Duan Lingtian from head to toe, as if she wanted to carefully observe whether the Duan Lingtian was injured or not. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled towards his concern for Li Fei. Little Fei, you're still worried that I'll suffer a loss under Sure How? Li Fei returned to her senses when facing Duan Lingtian's confidence. Only now did she recall that her man had many things to rely on, not to mention the 2 nascent soul stage little pythons. Even the pile of inscriptions in her man's possession was sufficient to allow him to stand in an invincible position in the competition with Sure How. Li Fei nodded with a smile, and the worry on her face vanished without a trace. The changes in expression on Li Fei's face entered into Zhuo Qing's eyes, causing Zhuo Qing to be stunned. This junior sister of hers is actually so confident towards her little lover? She wouldn't be thinking that this little lover of hers is able to deal with Sure Hao, right? Although Zhuo Qing knew that Duan Lingtian's strength was extraordinary, and 3 months ago, he'd even killed a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple on the Life and Death Arena on Fecta Peak. But even then, it didn't mean that Duan Lingtian was able to deal with a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. As a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, Zhuo Qing knew deeply. The 7th level of the Origin Core Stage was far from something a 6th-level Origin Core Stage disciple could compare to. Between the two, there was a dividing line. It could be said to be like the difference between heaven and earth. It's the Migres Peak's senior brother He Dong. In next to no time, numerous gazes moved away from Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to descend onto a young man that slowly walked down from Mizar Peak. This young man was precisely He Dong. He Dong noticed Duan Lingtian and nodded with a smile to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian returned a smile. He Dong is rather courteous to you. Zhuo Qing was slightly surprised when she saw this scene. With a quick thought, she came to an understanding. Although Duan Lingtian might be inferior to a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple like her and He Dong, but how old were they, and how old was Duan Lingtian? When they were Duan Lingtian's age, they seemed to have not even stepped into the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage. They could imagine that with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, when he arrived at their age in the future, his strength would absolutely exceed their imaginations. Duan Lingtian's natural talent was sufficient to obtain their respect. In next to no time, the 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artists of the 7-star sword sect's Outer Court's 6 great sword peaks arrived one by one. The arrival of these people caused the balcony to be completely bustling with noise and excitement. Senior brother Hu Shuefeng has arrived as well. It was unknown who said this. Instantly, numerous gazes converged onto a proud and aloof figure that walked over from afar on Mizar Peak. This was a handsome young man with slanted brows and starry eyes, around the age of 25. As soon as he appeared, he seemed to have seized the limelight of all the 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artists present and became the absolute center of attention. Senior brother Shuefeng. Some Alcade Peak female disciples even lost their composure and cried out sharply. He's Hu Shuefeng? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Hu Shuefeng. Although he didn't know Hu Shuefeng before today and had never even heard of Hu Shuefeng. But all along the way to Mizar Peak today, he heard many people discussing Hu Shuefeng, and he knew that Hu Shuefeng was the personal disciple of the Peak Master of one of the 6 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect, the Merak Peak. For the sake of this personal disciple, the Merak Peak's Peak Master even asked a weapons craftsman of the Black Cloud Empire to refine a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29% for him. The love the Merak Peak's Peak Master had for this personal disciple was obvious. Senior sister, what's wrong? Li Fei's voice that was moving like an aureole sounded out by his ear. Duan Lingtian turned around, and only now did he notice that when Zhuo Qing looked at Hu Shuefeng, her gaze contained coldness mixed within. Duan Lingtian was surprised. Although he couldn't be considered to be familiar with Zhuo Qing, but from Zhuo Qing's actions and words, he was able to discern that she was a kind-hearted girl that wasn't scheming. But now, Zhuo Qing seemed to be filled with enmity towards Hu Shuefeng. This caused bewilderment to arise in his heart. Could it be that there's some conflict between Zhuo Qing and Hu Shuefeng? This Hu Shuefeng is a complete lecher. Zhuo Qing's delicate and pretty face was covered in a layer of ice, and her cold aura was oppressive. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this, and they subconsciously glanced at each other, and both of them noticed a trace of strangeness in each other's eyes. Senior sister, you and him. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhuo Qing and was slightly hesitant to speak. Zhuo Qing noticed the strangeness in Duan Lingtian's eyes, then glanced at Li Fei and noticed that Li Fei was the same as Duan Lingtian. She couldn't help but shake her head and say, "Don't misunderstand. There's nothing between me and him. The reason I said he's a lecher is because he'd once seduced many female disciples of our Alcade Peak. In the end, those female disciples were all heartlessly abandoned by him, and some even committed suicide for him." As she finished speaking, Zhuoqing's face was filled with rage. A person like this can still be so welcomed by the female disciples of Alcade Peak? Duan Lingtian had a bewildered expression when he saw the group of Alcade Peak female disciples warmly greeting Hu Shuefeng. Just by looking at his outer appearance, Hu Shuefeng was extraordinarily handsome and had a graceful bearing. He was completely unable to discern that he was that sort of person. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but recall the words know a person for a long time without understanding his heart. That's because he concealed it deeply enough. Moreover, every single time, so long as something happens to a female disciple related to him, he would always disassociate himself from the matter at the first possible moment. His methods are extremely brilliant. Zhuoqing grunted coldly as she spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian was able to sense that at this instant, the temperature of the air around Zhuoqing seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. There's actually such a shameless person. Li Fei had an enraged expression when she heard Zhuoqing, and she glared angrily at Hu Shuefeng, who was walking towards Mizar platform with large strides. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Hu Shuefeng as well. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned, because he noticed that Hu Shuefeng's gaze had descended onto Li Fei, who was by his side. Within the depths of that pair of clear eyes, a strand of a lustful flowing light flashed before vanishing. Although Hu Shuefeng's concealment was very brilliant, Duan Lingtian was still able to see it clearly. Instantly, he was almost certain that this Hu Shuefeng was exactly as Zhuoqing had said. He was a sanctimonious hypocrite. After Hu Shuefeng saw Li Fei, his eyes lit up as he slowly walked towards them. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Zhuoqing's expression turned cold. Li Fei's shapely eyebrows slightly creased. Zhuoqing, long time no see. After Hu Shuefeng walked over, he greeted Zhuoqing enthusiastically. Hu Shuefeng, I'm not familiar with you. Scram back to where you came from. When facing Hu Shuefeng, Zhuoqing's face was shrouded in a layer of frost. The cold air was oppressive, as if it could freeze the air. Zhuoqing, is there some misunderstanding between us? A warm and brilliant smile hung on Hu Shuefeng's face from beginning to end. He looked both handsome and cheerful. He was absolutely a perfect and elegant young master. If it wasn't for Zhuoqing's prior reminder, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei might have been deceived by Hu Shuefeng's refined and courteous appearance. Hu Shuefeng's acting was too good. There was no flaw to speak of. Hu Shuefeng, I'm not familiar with you, and there's no misunderstanding. I just don't find you pleasing to the eye, and don't want to see you. Scram. After saying that, a trace of anger surfaced on Zhuoqing's face. However, Hu Shuefeng seemed as if he didn't hear Zhuoqing's words at all. His face revealed a gentle smile as he looked at Li Fei by the side and asked with a smile, how should I address this junior sister? Duan Lingtian could see that when Hu Shuefeng discovered that his hand was holding Li Fei's hand, the corner of his eyes swept towards him, which was obviously mixed with a somewhat gloomy and threatening luster. Choosing to devour people. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a cold smile. Chapter 306. When faced with Hu Shuefeng's courteous greeting, Li Fei instead paid no attention to it, as if she utterly didn't hear it. The smile on Hu Shuefeng's face was slightly stiff, but he still maintained it. His gaze moved onto Duan Lingtian, and traces of frightening coldness were mixed within the depths of his eyes. Junior brother, how do I address you? Little Fei, let's go over. Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand as he walked with large strides towards the balcony, and from the beginning until the end, he utterly didn't look Hu Shuefeng in the eye. Yes. When he saw Li Fei meekly nodding her head, she leaned on Duan Lingtian's robust shoulder like a little bird and walked into the balcony. The smile on Hu Shuefeng's face completely froze. When Zhuoqing saw Hu Shuefeng's slightly grim expression, the ice on her face seemed to have instantly melted, and she said with a smile, Hu Shuefeng, this junior brother is my junior sister's man. He's called Duan Lingtian. After she finished speaking, Zhuoqing followed Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. Duan Lingtian? These three words were like a thunderclap that sounded out by Hu Shuefeng's ears. He's Duan Lingtian? Hu Shuefeng's gaze focused to descend onto Duan Lingtian's back, and it flickered with a dense sheen. An outer court disciple that has just entered the seven-star sword sect for half a year actually dares to disregard me? Does he really think that he can run wild without fear just because he killed a 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple? After Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked into the Mizar platform, the outer court elders of Mizar Peak finally appeared. These outer court elders clustered around a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes as they walked over in large strides. This middle-aged man in embroidered clothes was also the only person amongst everyone present that didn't wear the uniform of the 7-star sword sect. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes had a firm expression. A dignified expression was revealed between his brows, and his eyes flickered with bright lights as if they could see through everything. Peak Master. The crowd of outer court disciples on the Mizar platform opened up a path in unison, and they respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. Mizar Peak's Peak Master. When the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes appeared, Duan Lingtian had already guessed his identity. As it turned out, he was right. Senior sister. He's the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. Zhengfan? Li Fei asked Zhuoqing. Yes. Zhuoqing nodded. Senior brother Hao is here too. A low cry broke the short silence of the Mizar platform. Everyone looked over. Outside the Mizar platform, 2 figures were walking side by side. It was a young man with a twisted and ferocious face and a pair of triangular eyes. A middle-aged man with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The one beside senior brother Hao seems to be the Migres Peak's outer court elder. Xiaolin? That's right, it's Elder Xiaolin. Many people recognized the person beside Hao. Xiaolin? Seeing Xiaolin here, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. In his opinion, this Xiaolin was definitely up to no good by mixing with Hao. He's Hao? He's simply as if he was carved out from the same mold as Yin. Li Fei's beautiful brows slightly knit together. Peak Master. After Hao and Xiaolin arrived, they both bowed to the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhengfan. Zhengfan lightly smiled as he nodded to Xiaolin. Elder Xiaolin, I never imagined that you would be so interested in the second round of the outer court martial competition to actually come personally. Peak Master, the outer court martial competition this time is different from the past. I naturally have to come and broaden my horizons. The corners of Zhao Lin's mouth curled into a smile, and he seemed to be implying something. Looks like you already know. Zhang Fan glanced deeply at Zhao Lin, then looked at Hao who was beside Zhao Lin and nodded indifferently. Hao, I hope you're able to accomplish something today, and don't disgrace your reputation as the #1 disciple in the outer court. Don't worry, Peak Master. My goal today is #1. Hao nodded, and his triangular eyes flickered with a sheen of confidence. Very good. Zhang Fan nodded. Then his figure flashed out to leap onto the combat ring at the center. Then he looked around at the surroundings before slowly speaking. There's a change in the rules of the outer court martial competition this time. I presume everyone already knows. Today, there's something I want to tell the 60 outer court disciples that are participating in the second round of the outer court martial competition in advance. Zhang Fan's voice wasn't loud, yet it contained dense origin energy, and it clearly entered into the ears of everyone present like a thunderclap reverberating in their ears. For a moment, the gazes of all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples present descended onto Zhang Fan, as they all wanted to know what Zhang Fan was going to say next. Could it be that there's another new rule? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as bewilderment arose in his heart. Finally, under the gazes of everyone present, Zhang Fan spoke once more. Today, the second round of the outer court martial competition will abandon the past traditions. For the sake of allowing all the outer court disciples that are participating in the second round of the outer court martial competition to be able to go all out and fight with all their might. When the 60 outer court disciples undergo elimination battles in the second round of the outer court martial competition, life and death will be disregarded. In other words, even if someone dies in the combat ring today, the sect won't punish the outer court disciple that killed him. Zhang Fan finished speaking in a single breath. Mizar platform was deathly silent. Disregard life and death? This, in next to no time. Many people reacted to this, and their faces went ghastly pale. These people were all 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition. They came in high spirits, but now, all of them were dejected, like eggplants that had been beaten by frost. Earlier, the Peak Master said that today's Outer Court Martial Competition disregarded life and death. In other words, killing each other is allowed? It seems to be. Oh my God. In this way, wouldn't someone die today? The crowd of 7-star Sword Sect Outer Court disciples that stood on Mizar platform instantly burst into an uproar. The Outer Court Martial Competition disregarded life and death. In the history of the 7-star Sword Sect, this was something that had never occurred before. I give up. I give up as well. In next to no time, some Outer Court disciples that obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition couldn't help but give up. These Outer Court disciples were all 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artists. Although they wanted to show off in the Outer Court Martial Competition as well, but now that it involved their lives, they had no choice but to be careful and prudent. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness might cause them to lose their lives. They didn't dare gamble. Moreover, they knew their limits. This time, almost half of the 60 Outer Court disciples that obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition were at the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. Even if they participated, it would be impossible for them to obtain a ranking. In the Outer Court Martial Competition, only the people that were ranked in the top 10 would be able to obtain the corresponding generous rewards. The Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, had a calm expression, as if he wasn't surprised in the slightest, and said indifferently, "Now, the 60 Outer Court disciples that obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition, those that want to obtain a good result or even fight for the top 10, come to my side. An elder will register all of you." As for the Outer Court disciples that gave up, there's no need to come up. As soon as Zheng Fan finished speaking, a figure seemed to have transformed into a ghost that instantly flashed onto the combat ring and stood beside Zheng Fan. It's senior brother Hu Shuefeng. Instantly, many people recognized the first person that ascended the combat ring, as expected of the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master. Even if senior brother Hu Shuefeng is facing a life and death battle in the Outer Court Martial Competition, he's still not afraid in the slightest. Supposedly, senior brother Hu Shuefeng was bestowed a Grade 7 Spirit Sword with a 29% amplification by the Peak Master of Merak Peak. Even senior brother Sure How might not be able to compare to his current strength. No wonder he's so confident. Presently, most of the Outer Court disciples looked at Hu Shuefeng with an expression of adoration. Hu Shuefeng had become the center of attention. Not bad. Even the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, had an expression of admiration as he nodded to Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng stood by Zheng Fan's side, and his eyes were suffused with a fierce gaze. Instantly, he found Duan Lingtian from the crowd of Outer Court disciples on the Mizar platform, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he met Hu Shuefeng's gaze without the slightest fear. He was able to discern that the gaze Hu Shuefeng shot at him was filled with provocation and contempt. It was as if Hu Shuefeng was certain that after he found out that the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition was a life and death battle, Hu Shuefeng wouldn't dare participate in the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition. Whoosh! Right at this moment, another figure flashed onto the combat ring and stood by Zheng Fan's side. Senior brother Sure How. As expected of the number 1 disciple in our 7-star Sword Sect's Outer Court, the crowd of Outer Court disciples on Mizar platform were in an uproar once again. The person that ascended the combat ring now was precisely Sure How. Whoosh! In the next moment, Hidong, the 7th-level Origin Core Stage disciple of Migres Peak, ascended the combat ring as well. Duan Lingtian, act according to your ability, Zhuoqing said to Duan Lingtian. Then her figure flashed out to follow Hidong and descend onto the combat ring. In only a short moment, 4 people ascended the combat ring and stood by the side of the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. The 4 strongest people in our 7-star Sword Sect's Outer Court have all ascended the combat ring now. The other 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples wouldn't be forfeiting as well, right? Amidst the clamorous voices of the crowd of outer court disciples on Mizar platform, many outer court disciples successively ascended the combat ring. These outer court disciples all had a common point. They were all existences at the 7th level of the origin core stage. In next to no time, so long as it was a 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, practically all ascended the combat ring and expressed their resolution, including Shi Hao, He Dong, Zhuo Qing, and Hu Shuifeng. There were a total of 28 people. That Duan Lingtian wouldn't have been frightened and not dare participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, right? Zhao Lin stood on Mizar platform and easily noticed Duan Lingtian's location. His heart jerked. He'd thought of everything, yet he'd forgotten this. Duan Lingtian could completely forfeit. Once Duan Lingtian forfeited, everything he'd done in secret would be useless. Could it be that he'd really have to draw water with a sieve this time? He was unwilling. Right when Zhao Lin was burning with anxiety. Duan Lingtian. On the combat ring, Shi Hao's voice was like a thunderclap. A pair of triangular eyes flickered with a frightening sheen as they swept the Mizar platform, seeming to be searching for something. You wouldn't be cowardly to the point of not daring to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, right? Coward. Chapter 307. Coward. When Shi Hao shouted out this, he was slightly impatient in his heart. Although he didn't know Duan Lingtian, nor had he seen Duan Lingtian, but he had an impression of the group of 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples that ascended the combat ring, and he could be sure that there was absolutely no Duan Lingtian. In other words, his main target today, Duan Lingtian, hadn't ascended the combat ring. It was very likely that Duan Lingtian was afraid of death, so he forfeited. This wasn't what he wanted to see. Along with Shi Hao's cold shout, the entire Mizar balcony went silent. The gazes of the group of Migres Peak disciples that came to spectate couldn't help but converge onto the distant Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, the remaining 7-star sword sect disciples followed the group of Migres Peak disciples to look at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned. He just intended to ascend the combat ring when he heard Shi Hao call out from there. Now, when he realized that he'd become the center of attention along with Shi Hao calling him a coward, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a sneer. He's Duan Lingtian? Some of the 7-star sword sect disciples present that had never seen Duan Lingtian glanced at Duan Lingtian in surprise, and all felt that Duan Lingtian was even younger than the rumors said. It was this person that killed a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple of Fectapeak? Unbelievable. Although Duan Lingtian's strength isn't bad, but the outer court martial competition today is undoubtedly a competition between 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples. Even if he really participates, he can only be reduced to a foil in the end, and might even be killed. Exactly. I instead feel that forfeiting is his best choice. He's only a little over 20, facing a group of 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples. Even if he forfeits, it wouldn't be shameful. The group of 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion. Right at this moment, the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, spoke out once more. In today's outer court martial competition, the people that are ranked in the top 10 will be able to obtain the rewards bestowed by the sect. The person that's ranked first will even be able to obtain an additional profound origin fruit. Profound origin fruit? A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Hiss, 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 hiss. On the Mizar platform, the sound of people sucking in cold air rose and fell. What was the profound origin fruit? Even if the 7-star sword sect disciples present hadn't seen it, they'd heard of it. To an origin core stage martial artist, the profound origin fruit was a spirit fruit that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. Supposedly, even if an 8th level origin core stage martial artist consumed this profound origin fruit, the martial artist would be able to directly break through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. Even if it was a 9th level origin core stage martial artist that consumed it, his origin energy would increase to the final bottleneck, and he would be infinitely close to breaking through to the edge of the nascent soul stage. Profound origin fruit. It's actually a profound origin fruit. The profound essence fruit is simply a priceless treasure to origin core realm martial artists. You can only come across it by chance. Once a 7th level origin core stage martial artist consumes the profound origin fruit, they'll surely be able to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. Even to the extent that it's very possible for them to approach the bottleneck of breaking through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples on Mizar platform were completely in an uproar. On the combat ring, the 28 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples that stood by Zheng Fan's side, including Shi Hao, all had glowing eyes and were filled with yearning towards the profound origin fruit. I'm determined to obtain the profound origin fruit. Hu Shuefeng's handsome face was enveloped in a layer of coldness. No matter who it is, if they dare obstruct me from ascending to first place, kill. Hu Shuefeng's words were filled with confidence and arrogance. Then let's see if you have the ability. Shi Hao grunted coldly. He was similarly determined to obtain the profound origin fruit. He Dong and Zhuqing glanced at each other, and intense sparks collided within their eyes. The profound origin fruit caused them to be moved. I never imagined that the 7-star sword sect would actually obtain the profound origin fruit, and even take it out as the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He was naturally clearly aware of how precious the profound origin fruit was. If it was said that he wanted to seize first place in the outer court martial competition before this, it was for the sake of his promise to Hu Li. Now, he had another objective. He wanted to obtain the profound origin fruit. If I'm able to obtain the profound origin fruit, my cultivation will directly break through. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted scorching flames, as if they were able to incinerate everything, and were peerlessly overbearing. Li Fei discerned Duan Lingtian's yearning, and said in a light voice, "Scoundrel, the outer court martial competition prohibits the use of external forces besides spirit weapons, so your inscriptions can't be used. If you're no match for your opponent, you must jump off the combat ring and admit defeat. Kerr and I can't lose you." As she finished speaking, Li Fei looked nervously at Duan Lingtian. Although she knew that Duan Lingtian had many things to rely on, like the 2 nascent soul stage little pythons and a pile of formidable inscriptions. However, in the outer court martial competition, all of these couldn't be used. They could only rely on their own strength. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to stroke Li Fei's beautiful face that was smooth like jade, and laughed lightly. "Little Fei, you have to have some confidence in your man. Next time you dare doubt me, be careful that I don't spank you." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian lowered his voice, and only Li Fei was able to hear it. Li Fei never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually take liberties with her on such an occasion, and her beautiful face flushed red as if blood would drip out from it. On the combat ring, Hu Shuefeng looked at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei from afar, especially when he saw Li Fei revealing a shy appearance before Duan Lingtian, and a ball of flames of jealousy inexplicably burned within his heart. He'd always been happy without a woman. Moreover, his standards were extremely high. This woman was absolutely the most beautiful female disciple he'd seen since arriving at the 7-star sword sect. When he first laid eyes on her, he wanted to make this woman his. But later on, he noticed that this woman already had a master. Duan Lingtian. So long as I kill Duan Lingtian, you are mine. Hu Shuefeng looked at Li Fei, and his eyes flickered with a sheen of greed, as if Li Fei had already become his. Duan Lingtian. Hu Shuefeng's gaze focused slightly and descended onto Duan Lingtian, then abruptly shouted out in a low voice. "I heard that 3 months ago, you once killed the 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple of Fecta Peak, Xiao Ying. According to my knowledge, Xiao Ying was only a step away from the 7th level of the origin core stage. Since you're able to kill him, I presume your strength isn't inferior to us 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples. Now that 3 months have passed, your strength is surely even stronger. You wouldn't really want to forfeit, right?" As Hu Shuefeng finished speaking, His voice had a sense of ridicule. Hu Shuefeng, whether Duan Lingtian forfeits or not is his personal choice and has nothing to do with you. How could the nearbys Wuqing not know what Hu Shuefeng was thinking when she heard what Hu Shuefeng said? And her face was once again enveloped in a layer of frost as she sneered. Hu Shuefeng didn't reply to Wuqing, but instead looked at the nearby Duan Lingtian. Haha, Duan Lingtian. Could it be that you only know how to hide behind a woman and rely on a woman's protection? If it's really like this, then you're really a disgrace to us men. A disgrace to men. Hu Shuefeng's words could be said to not be ruthless. Duan Lingtian, looks like you've offended quite a lot of people. A wisp of bloodthirsty coldness appeared on the corners of Shi Hao's mouth, and he was about to swallow someone up. Along with Hu Shuefeng's voice sounding out, Duan Lingtian once again became the center of attention. This time, it was different again. Earlier, although Shi Hao had provoked Duan Lingtian, the people present didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Duan Lingtian forfeiting, and no one would look down on Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was there for all to see, and he would surely be able to shine brilliantly in the future and become a genius disciple that played an important role in the Seven-Star Sword sect. But now, Hu Shuefeng had instead put such a label on Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian forfeited, it would undoubtedly be admitting that he only knew how to hide behind a woman and rely on a woman's protection, losing the dignity of a man. Everyone was curious about what choice Duan Lingtian would make under such circumstances. A trace of rage arose in Li Fei's beautiful eyes when she heard what Hu Shuefeng said, and she wanted to flare up. Duan Lingtian pinched Li Fei's palm and lightly smiled. Little Fei, no matter where in this world, there's never a lack of mad dogs. Why lower yourself to his level? Although Duan Lingtian's voice wasn't loud, but presently, Mizar platform was instead completely silent, and his words entered into the eyes of everyone present. Mad dog? The corners of the mouths of the crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect disciples couldn't help but twitch. This Duan Lingtian actually called Hu Shuefeng a mad dog? They only felt their heads go numb. This Duan Lingtian had gone mad. Duan Lingtian is dead for sure. This was the thought in the hearts of most of the Seven-Star Sword sect disciples. For a time, Hu Shuefeng replaced Duan Lingtian and became the center of attention. Hu Shuefeng's body abruptly shook, his exceedingly handsome face lightly trembled, and his eyes emitted dense killing intent, but it was quickly suppressed by him, and he once again looked at Duan Lingtian. I really wonder where a trash that obtained the qualifications to enter the second round of the outer court martial competition, yet didn't dare participate and could only forfeit. Where did the arrogance come from? Hu Shuefeng's voice was incomparably chilly, and he especially emphasized the word trash. Hu Shuefeng's words resonated with many people. These people were mostly love-struck female disciples of Alcade Peak. Senior brother Hu Shuefeng is right. A person that doesn't even have the courage to participate in the outer court martial competition doesn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Exactly. Duan Lingtian, if you're a man, then ascend the combat ring and participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. If you don't dare, then you're the coward that senior brother Shi Hao spoke of, and the trash that only relies on women that senior brother Hu Shuefeng spoke of. When he saw the scene being controlled by him, Hu Shuefeng looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes slowly narrowed into a line, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a complacent sneer. It was as if he was saying to Duan Lingtian, kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight me. Haha. Chapter 308. At the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his figure shook and abruptly flashed out. Spirit serpent movement technique. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he agilely flashed onto the combat ring and descended beside Wuqing. Duan Lingtian used his actions to express his attitude. He didn't forfeit. He wanted to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Duan Lingtian actually really wants to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Isn't he afraid of death? Some of the Migres Peak disciples were completely stunned when they saw this scene. During these past 3 months, every time Shi Hao came to Migres Peak, they clearly felt the monstrous hatred Shi Hao revealed towards Duan Lingtian. Sure Hao wished for nothing more than to burn Duan Lingtian's bones and scatter his ashes. So, as far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian's insistence on participating in the second round of the outer court disciple test was simply taking his life as a joke. They didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian. After all, Sure Hao was a 7th-level origin core stage outer court disciple, and was even the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. Duan Lingtian, your muscle meridian rebirth scroll will soon be mine. When Zhao Lin saw Duan Lingtian ascending the combat ring, the gloominess on his face vanished without a trace, and replacing it was a smile from his scheme succeeding. He suddenly felt that everything he'd done in secret wasn't in vain. Everything was worth it. Duan Lingtian, why did you come up? Zuoqing looked at Duan Lingtian, who was beside her, and her beautiful brows slightly frowned. You don't have to pay attention to Hu Shuefeng's words at all. Duan Lingtian knew that Zuoqing only said this because she was concerned about him, and at the same time warmth arose in his heart. He lightly smiled. Senior sister, I didn't come up because of what he said. I originally intended to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Even if he didn't say a word, I would still come up. Zuoqing was stunned, and when she saw Duan Lingtian's incomparably firm gaze, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Exactly. Duan Lingtian, you're still considered to be a man. Hu Shuefeng looked at Duan Lingtian, and a cold light flickered within his eyes. But whether you're able to survive the second round will depend on whether you have the ability or not. In any case, if you're against me, if you're against me, I'm Lingtian. Duan Lingtian completely disregarded Hu Shuefeng's provocation, and his gaze descended onto the nearby Sure Hao. Sure Hao's twisted and ferocious face was now twisted together. A pair of triangular eyes flickered with dense killing intent as they stared at him. Of the Lingtian Peak. Meanwhile, the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, sized Duan Lingtian up from top to bottom with interest. I've heard of your deeds since long ago, but although you're able to kill a 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple, you might not be able to defeat a 7th-level origin core stage outer court disciple. So long as you're able to survive today, then in the future, the 7-star sword sect stage will be yours alone. Zhang Fan's words were filled with praise towards Duan Lingtian, but it also caused Hu Shuefeng's face to sink, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. As for Sure Hao, he didn't know if it was true or not. As far as he was concerned, what Zhang Fan said was equivalent to not saying anything, because it was absolutely impossible for him to allow Duan Lingtian to survive today. Peak Master, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian was still neither servile nor overbearing when facing Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then looked at the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform. Now, are there any outer court disciples that have obtained the qualifications for the second round of the outer court martial competition that will ascend the combat ring and participate in today's outer court martial competition? After waiting for a while, no one ascended the combat ring. Zhang Fan flicked his sleeve and announced in a loud voice. The second round of the outer court martial competition officially begins. The rules of the second round of the outer court martial competition are extremely simple. Zhang Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 28 7th-level origin core stage outer court disciples, then slowly said, I'll let all of you draw lots. There's a total of 29 numbered lots, and the person that draws lot number 1 can skip 2 rounds and temporarily be ranked in the top 10. 14 people will be chosen from the other 28 people, then another 7 people will be chosen to temporarily be ranked in the top 10. In this way, there will be 8 people that will temporarily be ranked in the top 10. The 7 people that were eliminated earlier will draw lots once more, and the person that draws lot number 1 will temporarily be ranked in the top 10. At that time, there will only be 1 empty spot remaining in the top 10, and the last person will be chosen from the other 6 people to fill this empty spot. After the 10 people that are temporarily ranked in the top 10 are decided, if the remaining 19 people are unconvinced of any one of them, you can issue a challenge, and so long as you're able to defeat your opponent, or even kill your opponent, then you can replace your opponent and be ranked in the top 10. When no one issues another challenge, the top 10 people will be ranked in the top 10 of the outer court martial competition this time, and will be able to obtain the rewards bestowed by the sect. Because the rewards of the top 10 people are all different, so the specific ranking of the top 10 has to be decided in the end. The person that's ranked in the first place will obtain an additional profound origin fruit. Now, is there anything that all of you don't understand? Zhang Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and the others as he asked. Duan Lingtian and the others shook their heads, as Zhang Fan's introduction earlier was extremely clear and orderly. The person that draws lot number 1 at the beginning is undoubtedly the person with the best luck, and is able to skip the first 2 battles and temporarily be ranked in the top 10. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and was filled with interest towards lot number 1. Of course, even if one drew lot number 1 at the beginning, it didn't mean that one would have no worries later on, as there would still be people that issue challenges later on. It was only saving some effort at the beginning. In next to no time, an outer court elder of Mizar Peak walked forward in large strides and placed the lot box that was prepared on the ground. There's a total of 29 lot numbers within. All of you come forward and draw your own lot. The Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, looked at Duan Lingtian and the others as he spoke indifferently. In next to no time, a few outer court disciples that were near the lot box took the lead to draw their lot numbers. Duan Lingtian and Zhuqing walked side by side and arrived at the side of the lot box as well. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Zhuqing. "Senior sister, you go first." Zhuqing nodded and wasn't courteous as she directly took out a lot number. Lot number 9. Duan Lingtian placed his hand into the lot box as well. Right at this moment, he instinctively stretched out his spiritual force and fused it into the lot box. Originally, Duan Lingtian didn't hold any hope, as his spiritual force wasn't eyes after all, and it was unable to see the number on the lot. But when his spiritual force stretched in, he instead clearly sensed that amongst the lot numbers within the lot box, the aura of one lot seemed to be different from the others. Could it be lot number 1? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he directly grabbed onto that lot and took it out. After looking carefully, it really was lot number 1. Looking at the number on lot number 1, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder his spiritual force felt the aura of lot number 1 was different from the other lots. So it turned out that the number on lot number 1 was written in red ink, whereas the numbers on the other lots were written in black ink. Presumably, the reason lot number 1 was written in red ink was for the sake of distinguishing it better from the other lots. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian drew lot number 1 without any suspense. Lot number 1? Zhuqing stood by Duan Lingtian's side, and she couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice when she saw the lot number Duan Lingtian took out. Lot number 1? Zhuqing's low exclamation spread throughout the silent Mizar Peak, and everyone heard it. F***K. It can't be, right? Duan Lingtian's luck is so good? Out of the 29 lots, he drew lot number 1? This luck is too heaven-defying. It's only a coincidence. Moreover, so what if he drew lot number 1? He's only temporarily ranked in the top 10. If his strength isn't sufficient, he'll still be eliminated later on. That's true. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Some people sighed with emotion at Duan Lingtian's luck, and some people felt that it wasn't a big deal even if Duan Lingtian drew lot number 1. Lot number 1? The Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, was slightly surprised at Duan Lingtian's luck. Lot number 1. However, there were 2 people on the combat ring that had evil sneers on the corners of their mouths. It was precisely Shi Hao and Hu Shuefeng. You can only blame your luck for drawing lot number 1. So long as I admit defeat and don't enter the top 10 at that time, I can directly challenge you, and even kill you. Hu Shuefeng looked at Duan Lingtian and thought in his heart, and a ruthless sheen jumped about within his eyes. Shi Hao's triangular eyes were suffused with traces of coldness as well. His current thoughts were exactly the same as Hu Shuefeng's. Duan Lingtian, your luck doesn't seem to be very good. Meanwhile, He Dong had drawn lot number that belonged to him as well, and he looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head. He clearly saw the killing intent and excitement that was emitted from Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng's eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, on the surface, Duan Lingtian obtaining lot number 1 was due to good luck. But in reality, it gave Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng the opportunity to directly challenge him. Duan Lingtian naturally understood the meaning behind Hedong's words, but he didn't mind and only smiled faintly. What should come will come. Hedong didn't expect that Duan Lingtian could still be so calm at this time. He deeply looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, if you can survive today, I, Hedong, will become friends with you. Duan Lingtian wasn't old, but he had such an open-minded temperament, which shocked Hedong. It made Hedong feel admiration from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, which could be considered as a response. Duan Lingtian, if Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng challenge you, just admit defeat. Zuoqing looked at Duan Lingtian and said somewhat worriedly, Zuoqing, if he admits defeat, then he wouldn't be Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian could open his mouth, Hedong had already taken a step forward and said to Zuoqing. Duan Lingtian smiled. Hedong, you seem to understand me very well. I can't say that I understand you, but I can see that you're not the kind of person who runs away at the last minute. Moreover, I see confidence in your eyes. Chapter 309. Why would he have such confidence? Duan Lingtian only smiled when he heard Hedong and didn't explain further. He believed. In next to no time, Hedong would know the answer. A trace of astonishment flashed within Zuoqing's beautiful eyes when she heard Hedong, and she seriously sized up Duan Lingtian for a moment before nodding in the end, and she didn't persuade Duan Lingtian any further. She was able to discern that Duan Lingtian was indeed filled with confidence. Strong confidence. She thought in her heart. Perhaps, this man of Junior Sister would once again bring about a miracle and cause everyone to be shocked. In next to no time, all the outer court disciples that were participating in the second round of the outer court martial competition had drawn a lot that belonged to them. Now, all 29 of you have already drawn a lot that belongs to you. Meanwhile, the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, slowly said, Now, the people that have obtained lot number 2 and number 3, go to the first combat ring. The people that have obtained lot number 4 and number 5, go to the second combat ring. So on and so forth until lot number 19. All of you can go to the first combat ring. There was a total of 10 combat rings on Mizar platform. Now, besides the combat arena at the center that was empty, there were 2 more figures on each of the other 9 combat arenas. The 9 Mizar Peak outer court elders successively went over to preside over the competition. Senior Sisters Zuoqing. Duan Lingtian stood on the empty combat ring at the center of Mizar platform and looked at the beautiful figure on the 4th combat ring from afar. Right at this moment, I admit defeat. Suddenly, an abrupt voice sounded out, breaking the short moment of silence on Mizar platform. A person on the 7th combat ring admitted defeat. For a time, everyone on Mizar platform looked at the person that admitted defeat. Senior Brother Shi Hao admitted defeat? The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples stared blankly at Shi Hao leaving the 7th combat ring, and all of them had expressions of disbelief. They wouldn't find it strange if someone else admitted defeat. But the person that admitted defeat now was Shi Hao, the number 1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. Why did Senior Brother Shi Hao admit defeat? It's too strange. Some of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples had bewildered expressions, as they utterly didn't know what had happened and were unable to understand everything before their eyes. You don't know, do you? Let me tell you, the reason Senior Brother Shi Hao admitted defeat now is for the sake of the following challenges. If I'm not wrong, he surely wants to challenge Duan Lingtian. Challenge Duan Lingtian? Why? Because he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. How do you know? I'm a Migres Peak disciple. Senior Brother Shi Hao had gone to our Migres Peak 3 months ago and threatened to battle Duan Lingtian on the life and death arena. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian had always been hiding, and Senior Brother Shi Hao was utterly unable to find an opportunity. Now that he has a chance, do you think he will miss it? So that's how it is. But how did Senior Shi Hao become enemies with Duan Lingtian? I didn't know this at the beginning, But after I inquired about it repeatedly, I found out that Duan Lingtian actually crippled the Dantian of senior brother Shi Hao's younger sister, Shi Yin, who in our seven-star sword sect outer court doesn't know how much senior brother Shi Hao dotes on his younger sister, Shi Yin. Tell me, how could he not take revenge for Shi Yin? Duan Lingtian crippled Shi Yan's Dantian? The conversation between the two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples quickly spread out. Not long after, so long as it was someone that stood on Mizar platform, practically everyone knew everything. Duan Lingtian crippled the Dantian of Shi Hao's younger sister, Shi Yin. Shi Hao hated Duan Lingtian to the bone and wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you? He Dong, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, had an astonished expression. Although he knew that Shi Hao wanted to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian, he didn't know that there was such a reason behind it. Duan Lingtian shrugged and smiled indifferently. Are you very surprised? He Dong nodded. I'm indeed rather surprised. Who in our seven-star sword sect outer court doesn't know that Shi Hao is extremely obedient and dotes on his younger sister. But you instead directly crippled her Dantian. It would be strange if Shi Hao didn't fight you to the death. But you don't look like an unreasonable person to me. So why did you cripple Shi Yan's Dantian? He Dong looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression. Actually, it's nothing. Shi Yin first humiliated my woman for no reason or rhyme, then repeatedly said that she wanted to cripple my Dantian and even put it into action. I could only give her a taste of her own medicine. Duan Lingtian spoke extremely casually, as if what he said didn't matter at all. He Dong came to a sudden understanding. I've long since heard that Shi Yin relied on Shi Hao's influence to act unruly and rampantly on Alcade Peak. She can only consider herself to be unlucky this time when she bullied you. The conversation between the two wasn't loud, but it was still heard by the nearby peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. The corners of Zheng Fan's mouth slightly curled. This Duan Lingtian has a true nature. But his courage isn't small. Is he really not afraid of suffering Shi Hao's revenge? Now that Shi Hao had admitted defeat, it was obviously aimed at him. Shi Hao returned, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with ruthlessness and viciousness. Shi Hao, he's mine. Hu Shuefeng looked at Shi Hao, his eyes emitted cold lights, and his tone was filled with overbearingness. Humph. Shi Hao glanced coldly and indifferently at Hu Shuefeng and paid no attention to him, as if he utterly didn't take Hu Shuefeng seriously. Hu Shuefeng's face sank, a fierce light flickered within his eyes, and he was ruthless in his heart. Shi Hao, besides killing Duan Lingtian today, I'll kill you as well. After today, I'll replace you to become the #1 disciple in the seven-star sword sect's outer court. Meanwhile, the other 8 combat rings had unfolded a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents. So strong. Duan Lingtian clearly saw that on the 4th combat ring, Suoqing's figure flashed, dodging the fierce sword strike of her opponent, and the sword images in her hand enveloped down, seeming to have transformed into a rain of flowers that covered the sky, forcing her opponent to retreat. From the beginning until the end, she didn't injure her opponent in the slightest. Thank you for showing mercy. The person that was forced to retreat was a 7th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple, and his forehead was still covered in cold sweat as he directly admitted defeat and walked down from the 4th combat ring. Suoqing, victory, advancement. In next to no time, the results of the battles on the other combat rings were finally out. Another 7 people advanced successively. Only a few people were injured, and no one was killed. Although the outer court martial competition this time didn't care about life and death, in the eyes of the outer court disciples that entered the arena, their opponents were fellow disciples of the same sect after all, and there was no enmity between them, so there was no need to really fight to the death. It's still the order from before. The remaining 10 outer court disciples, go. The Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, slowly said, Duan Lingtian, I'm going. He Dong bid his farewells to Duan Lingtian, then ascended the distant combat ring. I admit defeat. This time, another person admitted defeat. Hu Shuefeng, because they had Shi Hao as an example. Although the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples were slightly surprised when faced with Hu Shuefeng admitting defeat, It wasn't as exaggerated as when Shi Hao admitted defeat earlier. Senior brother Hu Shuifeng admitted defeat? Could it be that it's because of Duan Lingtian as well? This Duan Lingtian first offended senior brother Shi Hao, and now he's offended senior brother Hu Shuifeng. Today, unless he takes the initiative to admit defeat, otherwise, he'll surely die. Some of the seven-star sword sect disciples glanced at Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but shake their heads. In next to no time, the outcome of the other 8 people was decided. He Dong, victorious. The outer court martial competition continued. Besides Duan Lingtian and the 14 people that were eliminated, the other 14 people started the second round of competition. This time, the 7 people that won would be tied with Duan Lingtian and temporarily be ranked in the top 10. The battles began. On the 7 combat rings, sword images crisscrossed, including Zhuqing and He Dong. Every 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple revealed everything they'd learned in their lifetime to their heart's content. Sword skills that dazzled the eyes whistled out and penetrated every opening. Along with the passage of time, the curtains to the battles on the 7 combat rings were drawn. Zhuqing and He Dong advanced. They were temporarily ranked in the top 10, along with the other 5 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciples. The 7 people that were eliminated once again drew lots. The person that drew lot number 1 was temporarily ranked in the top 10. The strongest person from the other 6 people would occupy the last position in the top 10. Henceforth, the 10 people that were temporarily ranked in the top 10 had been decided. Duan Lingtian, Zhuqing, and He Dong were shockingly amongst them. Very good. Presently, the 10 people that are temporarily ranked in the top 10 have already been decided. Next, it's time to carry out free challenges. The other 19 outer court disciples can challenge any one of the people that are temporarily ranked in the top 10 at will. If you defeat your opponent, you can replace them. Conversely, if you lose, you'll lose the qualifications to challenge. Everyone only has one chance to challenge. I hope all of you choose carefully. The Mizar Peaks master, Zhang Fan, spoke out in a clear voice. Now, the remaining 19 people will choose their opponents in order according to the lot number in their hands. Hu Shuifeng's face sank when he heard Zhang Fan, and his icy cold gaze descended onto the lot number in his hand. His lot number was lot number 25. According to the rules Zhang Fan spoke of, he had to wait for the people in front to finish choosing before he could choose his opponent. It was fine if it was someone else. However, Shi Hao was still in front of him. The first person to choose his opponent was the possessor of lot number 2, an outer court male disciple. His gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian's group of 10 before finally descending onto Duan Lingtian. He searched back and forth, and only Duan Lingtian he had the confidence to defeat. However, when a cold snort sounded out by his ears, he instead noticed that Shi Hao's cold and indifferent gaze had descended onto him, causing him to feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Only now did he recall that the reason Shi Hao admitted defeat earlier was because of this Duan Lingtian. He took a deep breath. In the end, he still didn't choose Duan Lingtian. He didn't dare offend Shi Hao. He could only choose another person. The result also caused him to be defeated and lose the qualifications to compete for the top 10 of the outer court martial competition. Duan Lingtian watched all of this coldly from the sidelines. He knew that his first battle today was bound to be against Shi Hao, just as he'd said to He Dong earlier. What should come will come. Chapter 310. In the second round of the outer court martial competition, besides Duan Lingtian, He Dong, and Zhuqing, the other 7 people that were temporarily ranked in the top 10 were successively challenged. Some maintained their position in the top 10, and some were replaced. On the combat ring, the situation of the battles became even more intense. Sword images crisscrossed, sword howls rose and fell continuously. Although Duan Lingtian was the weakest in the eyes of most of the 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciples, but no one challenged him by name, because everyone knew that this was the opponent that Shi Hao had decided on. If anyone dared challenge Duan Lingtian, then they would undoubtedly offend Shi Hao. They didn't dare offend Shi Hao. As for He Dong and Zhuqing, both of them were famous outer court disciples in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, and were only slightly inferior to the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao, so In the eyes of the group of 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples that issued the challenges, challenging Hidong and Zhuoqing was simply a waste of a challenge opportunity. Everyone only had one chance to issue a challenge, and they had to properly cherish it. So, they tried their best to choose opponents that they had confidence in. Along with an outer court disciple that was ranked in the top 10 being defeated and replaced, it was the turn of the next outer court disciple to issue a challenge. Right at this moment, the bustling and clamorous Mizar platform had completely gone silent, and it became tranquil. The gazes of everyone descended onto a single person. This was a young man with a savage and warped appearance, and a pair of triangular eyes flickered with an icy cold light as he stared fixedly at the person on the combat ring at the center. It's finally Senior Brother Shi Hao's turn. Senior Brother Shi Hao is waiting for this moment. Looks like this Duan Lingtian is going to be struck with misfortune. If I was him, I'd surely admit defeat directly. The gazes of the numerous 7-star sword sect outer court disciples followed Shi Hao's gaze to descend onto Duan Lingtian, and they whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian stood there without moving like a mountain, with a carefree expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Duan Lingtian. At the same time that Shi Hao shouted out coldly, his figure flashed out as if he'd transformed into a cheetah that pounced onto the first combat ring, and he stood there with an icy cold gaze that never left Duan Lingtian. He had challenged Duan Lingtian. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Shi Hao's icy cold gaze was mixed with extreme fury and killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces and burn his bones into ashes. Muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing. At a corner not far from the first combat ring, the Migra's Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin, stood there, his eyes emitting greed and delight, as if he'd already seen the scene of him obtaining that miraculous cultivation method, Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. For the sake of the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll, it could be said that he had put in a lot of effort, especially when the rules of the outer court martial competition were changed at the last minute and turned into a battle of life and death. He was also the one who exerted his strength at the back. Everything he did was for the sake of obtaining Duan Lingtian's cultivation method, muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing. Now, he'd already seen hope, the hope of obtaining the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing. Hu Shuefeng stood in the distance with an exceedingly gloomy expression, and his pair of icy cold eyes seemed as if they were about to swallow someone up. This Shi Hao had actually seized his prey. His gaze descended onto Shi Hao, and he already had a plan in his heart. Once Shi Hao killed Duan Lingtian, he would replace Duan Lingtian and enter the top 10. Then he would directly challenge Shi Hao. In the past, he didn't have much confidence in defeating Shi Hao, but it was different now. There was an additional grade 7 spirit sword in his hand that provided an amplification of 29%, and his strength had increased greatly. He had the confidence to defeat and even kill Shi Hao. Scoundrel! Even though Duan Lingtian revealed strong confidence before Li Fei, but Li Fei was still slightly worried. Her white teeth lightly bit her alluring red lips as she stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. After all, inscriptions couldn't be utilized in the outer court martial competition. She saw Duan Lingtian standing there without moving for a long time. The Mizar platform was once again in an uproar. Could it be that Duan Lingtian intends to admit defeat? Looking at his current posture, it ought to be. It can't be, right? I still want to see him fight. I'm extremely curious. How exactly did a young man that's a little over 20 kill a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple? And how did he pass the first round of the outer court martial competition and advance to the second round of the outer court martial competition? I'm curious as well. Unfortunately, we probably won't be able to see it. Most of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples thought that Duan Lingtian had already intended to admit defeat. The smile that appeared on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth completely froze. This Duan Lingtian wouldn't really want to admit defeat, right? Zhao Lin's heart burned with anxiety and wished for nothing more than to rush up and directly grab Duan Lingtian and throw him onto the first combat ring and make Duan Lingtian battle Shi Hao. Haha, Shi Hao, looks like you've frightened Duan Lingtian quite a bit. Why don't you choose another person? Give this Duan Lingtian to me. How about it? Hu Shuefeng laughed loudly, then glanced mockingly at Shi Hao, who stood on the first combat ring in the distance. Shi Hao paid no attention to him, and his cold and fierce gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, since you dare participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, it wouldn't be because you don't dare accept my challenge, right? Looks like you're really a coward, an out-and-out coward. Coward! Shi Hao once again wantonly humiliated Duan Lingtian in front of everyone. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had once again attracted the gazes of the crowd, finally made a move. Duan Lingtian took a step forward, and his calm gaze descended onto Shi Hao as he said in a low voice, "Shi Hao, you hate me to the bone, and wish for nothing more than to kill me right away to take revenge for your sister, Shi Yin. I'm clear of all this." Humph. Shi Hao's gaze went slightly cold, and his triangular eyes were filled with ruthlessness. It's good that you're clear. Today, unless you want to be an out-and-out coward. Otherwise, once you dare ascend the first combat ring, I, Shi Hao, Shi Yan's brother, will make you die without a corpse. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change when he heard Shi Hao's ruthless words, and he slowly said, "Then do you know why I crippled your sister's Dantian?" Shi Hao was slightly impatient as he said, "I don't care why you crippled my sister's Dantian. When you crippled my sister's Dantian and crippled my sister's cultivation, you were already bound to become a dead man. You were bound to only be able to repent on the path to hell." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression finally changed. "What you mean is, even if I crippled Shi Yan's Dantian, there was a reason behind it, and it was because Shi Yan took the initiative to provoke me and attack me. Even so, you wouldn't feel guilty? You wouldn't feel that all this was something Shi Yan brought upon herself? You wouldn't feel that you didn't teach your sister well?" Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly, and his gaze was cold and indifferent as he stared fixedly at Shi Hao as he asked word by word. Whoosh! The Mizar platform was in an uproar, and all the 7-star sword sect disciples came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that Duan Lingtian crippling Shi Yan's Dantian had a reason. I heard long ago that Shi Yan relied on her brother, Shi Hao, who was the #1 disciple in the outer court, to run amok in Arcade Peak and bully people everywhere. Now it would seem that all this is true. This time, Shi Yan could be considered to have bitten off more than she could chew, and even had her cultivation crippled because of this. If it's really like this, then Shi Yan indeed deserved it. Yeah, Duan Lingtian doing this can be considered to have removed a malignant tumor for Arcade Peak and even our 7-star sword sect. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples discussed animatedly. Shi Hao's warped and savage features were already tangled together when he heard Duan Lingtian. Now, when he heard the discussion of the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples, his face seemed to have become a hemp rope that was completely twisted together. "Duan Lingtian!" Shi Hao abruptly shouted out explosively with a voice that was like a thunderclap. His gaze that was icy cold to the extreme passed through his pair of triangular eyes to descend onto Duan Lingtian. "I, Shi Hao, will tell you right now. No matter what my sister did, no matter if my sister was wrong first, in my eyes, no matter what my sister did, you, Duan Lingtian, don't have the qualifications to cripple her cultivation. Don't have the qualifications?" Duan Lingtian laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. "Then what you mean is that even if your sister, Shi Yan, wants to cripple my Dantian, I still can't resist? I can only stand on the spot and wait for your sister to cripple my Dantian? I can only allow myself to be slaughtered by your sister?" "Exactly," Shi Hao said coldly. "This is your best choice. But unfortunately, you didn't have such a choice. If you did, then perhaps you'd only become a cripple and wouldn't die. Yet now, you're bound to die at my hands. Do you regret it? But unfortunately, it's useless no matter how much you regret it. Today, you, Duan Lingtian, will die for sure." Shi Hao's every word contained killing intent, and he revealed his resolution to kill Duan Lingtian. His words were filled with ruthlessness and killing intent. It caused most of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples present to feel a chill run down their spines. Of course, there were also some 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that were extremely furious. Shi Hao is so overbearing. Yeah, according to what he said, no matter whose Danteon his sister wants to cripple, that person still can't resist. Otherwise, that person will be targeted by him and even killed. Does he really think that his family owns the seven-star sword sect? Duan Lingtian, ignore him. Even if you admit defeat, no one will look down on you. Right, with your natural talent in the martial Tao, you'll easily surpass Shi Hao in a few years. There's no need to lose your life for a momentary dispute of personal feelings. Your future is bright and far from what Shi Hao can compare to. You must think thrice. Shi Hao's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it completely caused an uproar on Mizar platform. At the same time that many seven-star sword sect outer court disciples were furious, they were even ceaselessly persuading Duan Lingtian to admit defeat. There was a scale in everyone's heart, although they couldn't be considered to have any friendship with Duan Lingtian. But at this moment, the scale in their hearts was undoubtedly biased towards Duan Lingtian, the side that was in the right and was at a disadvantage. Chapter 311. Now, even the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, couldn't help but frown when he heard what Shi Hao said. Duan Lingtian, admit defeat. There's no need to throw away your life for this. Duan Lingtian's eardrums slightly trembled as he received a voice. He was the only one who could hear this voice. Duan Lingtian looked at Zheng Fan, who stood nearby. Now, Zheng Fan lightly nodded to him. It was precisely Zheng Fan who'd condensed his origin energy to speak to him. Duan Lingtian was grateful in his heart towards Zheng Fan's good intentions, and he replied with a smile. When Zheng Fan saw Duan Lingtian nodding to him with a smile, he thought that Duan Lingtian had accepted his suggestion, but in the next moment, Duan Lingtian's actions instead caused him to be unable to refrain from being stunned. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he executed the spirit serpent movement technique, seeming to have transformed into a spirit serpent. In the blink of an eye, he descended the first combat ring and stood opposite of Shi Hao, who was glaring fiercely at him. Duan Lingtian actually didn't admit defeat. Is he courting death? Most of the seven-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian's actions. As far as they were concerned, it was impossible for the current Duan Lingtian to be a match for Shi Hao. Zhao Lin started laughing. He was worried earlier that Duan Lingtian would admit defeat. In that way, his plan would completely fail, and everything he'd done in secret would be in vain. Now, the worry in his heart had vanished without a trace, and replacing it was delight. So long as Shi Hao kills Duan Lingtian, I'll be able to obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Traces of a burning sheen were mixed within Zhao Lin's gaze. Scoundrel! Li Fei's peerlessly beautiful face slightly tensed up as she looked nervously at Duan Lingtian, and she was slightly perturbed in her heart. Although she ceaselessly told herself in her heart to believe this man, when it really came to this moment, she couldn't help but be worried in her heart. Unknowingly, this man had long since become her everything, her everything. It was difficult for her to imagine. How was she going to live on without this man? Perhaps she would follow along. On the first arena, Duan Lingtian calmly looked at Shi Hao with a carefree expression that remained unperturbed. He had said everything that needed to be said. Since Shi Hao was so stubborn, he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian emitted a strong battle intent, as if he had turned into an undefeatable god of war. When Shi Hao saw Duan Lingtian enter the arena, his pair of sinister triangular eyes revealed a joyous expression. The gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was like the gaze of a hunter eyeing his prey. Duan Lingtian, after I kill you, I'll wring your head off and bring it back to my sister. I'm sure she'll feel gratified. Shi Hao's voice was incomparably cold. A 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. A 7th-grade spirit sword. Suddenly, Shi Hao took a stride forward. Instantly, dust suffused the air at the place Shi Hao's foot landed. Origin energy raged and leaped about on the grade 7 spirit sword in Shi Hao's hand. Presently, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above Shi Hao before condensing into 127 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the end. 7th level of the origin core stage. a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 27%. Duan Lingtian's expression went serious when he saw Shi Hao starting to accumulate strength. Shi Hao was a 7th level origin core stage martial artist. He didn't dare be careless. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body slightly moved. The energy of heaven and earth roiled above him, and 80 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 6th level of the origin core stage. Instantly, waves of astonished and indescribable voices sounded out on the Mizar platform as expected. This Duan Lingtian. He's simply a monster. A little over 20, 6th level of the origin core stage. I'm not dreaming, right? I really hope this is a dream. Don't be so discouraging. A little over 20, 6th level of the origin core stage. Even if it's that person who's the head of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he didn't seem to be so monstrous all those years ago, right? If Duan Lingtian was born 5 years earlier, the head of the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would absolutely not be that person. Unbelievable. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples were shocked to the point their hearts seemed to be about to stop beating, and after they recovered from their shock, they couldn't help but make a fuss. The scene before them caused them to be indescribably shocked. If they didn't see it with their own 2 eyes, they would absolutely not be willing to believe that all this was true. Scoundrel broke through? Li Fei's face revealed a delighted expression when she saw this scene. As expected, He Dong's brows raised as he thought in his heart. But even if this Duan Lingtian has really broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage, his strength is still inferior to Shi Hao's strength by the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. If he were to utilize the amplification of a grade 7 spirit sword, then the gap between him and Shi Hao isn't just the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. He Dong was slightly curious. Under such a gap, why was Duan Lingtian still able to be so confident? Although he'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian killing the Fecta Peak's 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiao Ying, 3 months ago, and he knew that Duan Lingtian defeated Xiao Ying as the weak. But, at that time, Xiao Ying's strength was only a little over 10 ancient mammoths stronger than Duan Lingtian. Now, Shi Hao's strength was instead stronger than Duan Lingtian by the strength of 20 ancient mammoths or more. Zuoqing stood at the side. Her beautiful brows slightly frowned as she looked at Duan Lingtian with slight worry. Now, she could only hope that Duan Lingtian would create another miracle. But, was this possible? The gap was so huge. 6th level of the origin core stage? Starting from the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, the group of outer court elders of Mizar Peak and the Migres Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin, all had dumbstruck expressions. Natural talent was too shocking. As expected, the effect of the rebirth of the Muscle Meridian Cleansing Scroll isn't inferior to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. The burning in Zhao Lin's eyes became even more frenzied. Whereas now, as the person involved, Duan Lingtian didn't care in the slightest towards the sensation he caused. The strength of 80 ancient mammoths, 3 months ago, not long after he killed Xiao Ying, he'd already grasped it. At that time, he'd broken through to the 5th level of the origin core stage, and exerting his full strength, his strength was comparable to the strength of 81 ancient mammoths. The quake energy had increased along with it, and its scope of effect had increased to the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. But all of this was history. Now, after cultivating for another 3 months, with the natural talent in the martial Dao that Duan Lingtian obtained after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk and being reborn, his cultivation had broken through once again. 5 days ago, he'd once again broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. At the same time, he'd grasped the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, more than an ordinary 6th level origin core stage martial artist. The strength of 91 ancient mammoths. Not only that, after he broke through to the 6th level of the origin core stage, the quake energy had increased once again. Presently, the scope of effect of the quake energy had increased to the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. In other words, so long as the strength of the opponent Duan Lingtian faced didn't exceed the strength of 30 ancient mammoths, his quake energy would be able to easily destroy his opponent. Now, Duan Lingtian had utilized the strength of 80 ancient mammoths and concealed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. It was precisely because he wanted to give others a false impression, making others think that he was only an ordinary 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. Besides that, as far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, even if he only used the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, through the amplification of the Grade 7 Spirit Sword and relying on the Quake energy, it was already sufficient to deal with Sure Hao. There was no need to expose his entire strength. Don't use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. 6th level of the Origin Core stage? Sure Hao was shocked by the cultivation Duan Lingtian revealed. He wouldn't take an ordinary 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist seriously. But the 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist that stood before him now was a young man that was a little over 20. Even he couldn't help but be shocked by such natural talent. He had to admit that this Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was indeed shocking. Even throughout the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there seemed to have never been such a monstrous figure. I never imagined that I, Sure Hao, would actually have the chance to kill a genius martial artist that possesses such monstrous natural talent in my lifetime. Sure Hao's heart was filled with excitement. This Sure Hao, Duan Lingtian was able to notice that besides hatred, the gaze Sure Hao shot at him faintly contained a trace of excitement. He was able to guess Sure Hao's thoughts. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Does this Sure Hao really think I'm meat on the chopping block? Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the Grade 7 Spirit Sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. He lightly shook it as origin energy flashed and raged. Whoosh! To the side of the 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, another 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In other words, relying on the Grade 7 Spirit Sword, Duan Lingtian was able to exert the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. Haha, Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't be thinking that you can go against me with just this little bit of strength, right? I'm extremely curious if you'll be able to create another miracle like 3 months ago. Sure Hao's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth that lightly curled into a ridiculing smile. He'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian defeating a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple 3 months ago. Now, there's a difference of the strength of 26 ancient mammoths between us. Let me see how you'll make up for this difference. At the same time that Sure Hao spoke, his figure flashed like the wind as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Origin energy coiled around the Grade 7 Spirit Sword in his hand as it whistled out. Instantly, it condensed into 81 sword silhouettes. Amongst these 81 sword silhouettes, only one of them was the true killing move. It's the high-grade profound rank sword skill, 9-9 sword technique, at the perfection stage. Many 7-star sword sect disciples recognized the sword skill Sure Hao executed. 81 identical sword silhouettes tore through the sky, causing the air to become sluggish, and sword howls continued without end as they converged together, causing it to be incomparably ear-piercing. The eardrums of some 7-star sword sect outer court disciples with comparatively lower cultivations shook, and their faces went ghastly pale. Whoosh! 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 The 81 sword silhouettes were like a myriad of swords returning to their source as they locked onto Duan Lingtian, and they carried along a shocking aura as they swept out. Chapter 312. The 81 identical sword silhouettes whistled over, and it caused Duan Lingtian to feel a trace of pressure. Of course, it was only a trace. This sword skill is slightly interesting. Ordinary people are unable to see through it. After fusing with the lifetime worth of memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, it was equivalent to possessing the lifetime worth of the Samsara Emperor Wu's abundant martial arts experience. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian discerned the formidable aspect of Sure Hao's sword skill. This sword skill, it paid particular attention to transforming reality into illusion, transforming illusion into reality. An ordinary person was utterly unable to distinguish which sword image was the real one amongst these 81 sword images with the naked eye. However, as an inscription master who knows how to utilize spiritual force, although this sword skill isn't bad, it has nowhere to hide before me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. He had to admit that the sword skill Sure Hao executed was extremely strong. Moreover, he was able to discern that this sword skill was extremely difficult to cultivate, let alone cultivate it to the perfection stage. Sure Hao was able to become the #1 disciple in the outer court and suppress a group of 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples, and the contribution of this sword skill was probably not small. Die. Sure Hao's gaze went cold, and accompanied by his figure flashing out, the 81 sword images revolved around Duan Lingtian and flashed out from all directions, seeming to have transformed into numerous extremely swift, flowing lights that pierced towards Duan Lingtian. Even until now, not a single one of the 81 sword images revealed even the slightest clue. This was also the terrifying aspect of the 99 sword technique. Deliberately mystifying. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force flashed out, and he easily found the location of the real sword image amongst the 81 sword images. He abruptly turned around, and his gaze went slightly cold. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian attacked, his sword striking out like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! The exceedingly swift sword light quickly found the location of the real sword image amongst the 81 sword images of the 99 sword technique that Sure Hao executed. Clang! The two grade 7 spirit swords directly collided, emitting an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding. Impossible! The hand that was holding the sword shook, causing Sure Hao's expression to change greatly. Immediately, his triangular eyes revealed a luster of disbelief. He never would have thought that Duan Lingtian would actually be able to see through his sword skill, see through the 81 sword shadows, and see where the real sword was and block it in time. After all, since his 99 sword technique was cultivated to the perfection stage, none of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples were able to see through it. It could be said that the 99 sword technique was the foundation of his invincibility in the outer sect. And now, his greatest trump card had been seen through? Luck? It must be luck. Sure Hao didn't want to believe that Duan Lingtian had the ability to see through his sword skill. His mind quickly calmed down, and he gripped his grade 7 spirit sword tightly. Luck was only a part of one's strength. Strength. The biggest thing to rely on was still powerful strength, invincible strength. A hint of madness appeared on Sure Hao's twisted and ferocious face. Whoosh! Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Sure Hao's hand that was in a deadlock with Duan Lingtian's grade 7 spirit sword abruptly skyrocketed, and it revealed a peerlessly formidable strength. The strength of 127 ancient mammoths, fully exploding out. The terrifying strength followed the grade 7 spirit sword and whistled out, desiring to blast Duan Lingtian flying along with his sword. At this moment, Sure Hao seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being blasted flying by him, then being pursued and killed by him. His face revealed a mad and ferocious smile. Die. Want to use strength to suppress me? Duan Lingtian's hand shook as he felt a formidable strength transmit over, and it instantly suppressed the strength of his grade 7 spirit sword. He guessed Sure Hao's intentions, and his face went cold as the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of disdain. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian commanded in his heart. Quake energy. Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand started to rage and roil, and it trembled at an extremely swift frequency. This frequency was still ceaselessly speeding up. OM, 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 OM. The origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword trembled at an incomparably swift frequency, but not a single person present was able to notice it. Even the Mizar Peak's master, Zhang Fan, only shook his head inside now. He didn't hold any hope towards Duan Lingtian when he saw Sure Hao erupt. What a pity for a peerless genius. Zhang Fan shook his head, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he sighed. Since it was a life and death battle, then it was naturally not good for him to interfere. A man without integrity wouldn't exist. Not to mention, this life and death battle wasn't just his integrity, it was related to the integrity of the entire 7-star sword sect. As a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-star sword sect had always adhered to integrity, and this was the reason why it was able to stand for a few thousand years. This was also the foundation of the 7-star sword sect. Ah! Right at this moment, Zhang Fan heard a shrill cry sound out, and it pierced his eardrums to the point they trembled. For a moment, he subconsciously thought that it was Duan Lingtian that was shrill crying. But in next to no time, he seemed to have noticed something, and his body abruptly trembled. Wait, this isn't Duan Lingtian's voice. When he raised his head and saw the scene in the distance, his pupils instantly stared wide open. At this moment, it wasn't only Zhang Fan. Even the group of Mizar Peak Outer Court elders and the group of 7-Star Sword Sect Outer Court disciples that were present had their pupils stared wide open, and they stared blankly at the scene in the distance, and their faces were covered in expressions of disbelief. How could this be possible? Scoundrel! Li Fei looked at the scene before her and heaved a sigh of relief, and her smile was like a flower. Trash! Hu Shuefeng's face was gloomy, and his eyes narrowed into a line that flashed with cold lights as he spat out 2 words in disdain. On the number 1 combat ring, the palm of Shi Hao's hand that held his sword split open, and fresh blood sprayed out. As for his grade 7 spirit sword, it had already been flicked flying, and it landed in the distance with a clang. One could vaguely see that the sword hilt was dyed with a layer of fresh blood, and it dripped onto the combat ring to form numerous red-colored little roses. No, impossible. What's that? Shi Hao shuddered, and his savage and warped features were covered in terror as he stared at the young man that stood before him with an expression of disbelief, and he was even slightly unable to speak properly. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian used the quake energy to suppress Shi Hao, and after making Shi Hao abandon his sword, his leg flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and his origin energy skyrocketed and raged. The quake energy appeared once more. Bang! His leg swept out, and it descended onto the arm that Shi Hao swung out with the intention of blocking. The terrifying tremor energy gushed out from his body. Shi Hao felt a terrifying trembling energy come from his arm. This was an extremely terrifying energy, and the frequency of the trembling grew faster and faster, practically affecting the flesh and bones in his entire body, causing his face to go ghastly pale, and it was difficult to mobilize the origin energy in his entire body. Right when Shi Hao stood there and ceaselessly danced, causing the group of people present to be unable to understand what was going on, Duan Lingtian struck out with his sword. Whoosh! He didn't utilize a sword skill, and a straightforward sword strike directly flashed out. Presently, the origin energy in Shi Hao's entire body was affected, and he was utterly unable to mobilize it, let alone block this sword strike of Duan Lingtian's. Poochie! A strand of blood blossomed, and the peerlessly fierce sword strike directly entered Shi Hao's chest and passed through his body. Shi Hao's body that was shaken to the point of being weak and powerless trembled, and his gaze was unfocused as he looked at the young man before him with an expression of disbelief, and he struggled to say something. No. But, in the end, Shi Hao didn't finish what he wanted to say in the end, and his pair of triangular eyes stared wide open as he directly fell down. Bang! An expanse of dust arose above the number 1 combat ring, and it suffused the air. Shi Hao, the number 1 disciple in the 7-Star Sword Sect's outer court, dead. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Shi Hao, who lay there with his pair of triangular eyes staring wide open, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Then he put away the grade 7 spirit sword. Of course, he didn't forget to put away Shi Hao's grade 7 spirit sword and spatial ring. All of these were his spoils of the battle. Practically at the instant Shi Hao's corpse crashed onto the ground, the Mizar platform was deathly silent. Besides Li Fei's face that revealed a delighted smile, the others all stood blankly on the spot, as if their throats were choked by someone, and their faces flushed red, and they were unable to make a sound for a long time. The impact of the scene before their eyes was too great to them. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian, who ought to have been killed by Shi Hao, had actually relied on the strength of a mere 101 ancient mammoths to launch a shocking counterattack and kill Shi Hao instead. At this moment, their hearts were like tempestuous waves that surged within them, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Finally, the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, was the first to react, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with burning gazes. If this gaze could ignite flames, Perhaps it would be able to ignite Duan Lingtian's entire body. Such a monstrous genius has actually appeared in my 7-star sword sect. He's only a little over 20 and possesses a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage. Not to mention this, he actually relied on the strength of 101 ancient mammoths to kill Shur Hao, who exerted his full strength and exerted the strength of 127 ancient mammoths. Even in the entire inner court, there aren't many inner court disciples that possess sword skills that can compare to Shur Hao's 9-9 sword technique. But he saw through it with a single glance. Even a nascent soul martial artist might not be able to see through Shur Hao's 9-9 sword technique so easily. Presently, it wasn't only Zhang Fan who was excited. Even the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples that were present had excited expressions. The appearance of such a monstrous genius in the 7-star sword sect was undoubtedly of great significance to the 7-star sword sect. They could imagine that in another few years, this monstrous genius would surely be a figure that was comparable to the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. No, perhaps even surpassing the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. For a time, the gazes that the 7-star sword sect disciples present looked at Duan Lingtian with burned gazes. Although the 7-star sword sect was the strongest top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, this year's younger generation hadn't been outstanding in the younger generation. But in these past few years, the younger generation wasn't outstanding and was far inferior to the 5 great young masters whose reputations were spread far and wide. Now, the younger generation of the 7-star sword sect urgently needed a true young expert, a young expert that could compete with the 5 great young masters. They saw hope on Duan Lingtian. Freak. Chapter 313. Not far away from Hedong, Zhuqing stood there, and her pretty face went pale from fright as well. Her heartbeat slightly sped up. Junior sister has really found an extraordinary man. He actually really killed Shur Hao. Another miracle. No. Impossible. Impossible. The Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin, had now recovered from his shock as well, and as he glanced at Shur Hao's corpse that lay on the first combat ring, he ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that all this was true. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian, who should have died at Shur Hao's hands, had actually made a strong counterattack and killed Shur Hao instead. Traces of unwillingness arose within his heart. He didn't care about Shur Hao's life or death. But now that Shur Hao was dead, it also meant that everything he did this time was only useless. He had failed at the last step. Duan Lingtian, I've still underestimated you. After a short moment, Zhao Lin caught his breath, and his pair of fierce eyes were suffused with frightening cold lights as they descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength had exceeded his expectations. No, I didn't underestimate you. I underestimated the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Now, the yearning in Zhao Lin's heart towards the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll had almost reached the point of chi deviation. Duan Lingtian stood on the first combat ring and seemed to have noticed something, his brows slightly raised, and with a glance, he looked towards the distant Zhao Lin. The frenzied yearning in Zhao Lin's eyes caused Duan Lingtian's heart to jerk. Duan Lingtian's face sank. This Zhao Lin seems to have not given up. After heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze from Zhao Lin. Then his figure flashed out as if transforming into a spirit serpent, leaving the first combat ring. Meanwhile, the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform reacted to what had happened. Duan Lingtian's strength is too terrifying. The number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court was so easily killed by him. Now that Shur Hao is dead, the title of number 1 disciple of the outer court will change hands. If Duan Lingtian is able to seize the first place in the outer court martial competition today, then he would be the well-deserved number 1 disciple in the outer court. I'm looking forward to it. The gazes of the numerous 7-star sword sect outer court disciples descended onto Duan Lingtian, and their gazes were filled with burning anticipation. At this time, Duan Lingtian returned to the center of the arena. Not bad. The peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian returned a smile and returned to Zhuo Qing's side. Duan Lingtian, how did you see through Shi Hao's 99 sword technique? He Dong took a few steps forward and stood beside Duan Lingtian. He raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Zhuo Qing looked curiously at Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and said in a light voice, Shi Hao can only blame himself for being unlucky. His sword skill is extremely brilliant, and it's difficult for an ordinary person to see through it. But unfortunately, I've studied inscriptions for a period of time with an inscription master, and I know how to utilize spiritual force. My spiritual force extended out and easily broke through his sword skill. Hiss! He Dong gasped, and his face was filled with shock. You possessed such a cultivation at such an age. I originally thought that you were wholeheartedly devoted to cultivation. You actually studied the inscription patterns? What a martial artist feared the most when cultivating was to be distracted. Even He Dong himself, although he had a decent natural talent in weapons crafting, he didn't study weapons crafting and become a weapons crafting master, because his ambition wasn't in the Tao of weapons crafting. So, he gave up his decent natural talent in weapons crafting and wholeheartedly devoted himself to cultivating in the martial Tao. I only studied it for a few days. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. But He Dong naturally wouldn't not believe what Duan Lingtian said now. Now that Duan Lingtian was able to utilize spiritual force, it could be imagined that Duan Lingtian's attainments in the Tao of inscriptions would surely not be low. Although Zhuo Qing didn't speak, a tempestuous storm still arose in her heart. At this moment, a trace of envy couldn't help but arise in her heart. She envied her junior sister for finding such a good husband. He Dong's eyes flickered as he sighed with emotion. Shi Hao was able to become the #1 disciple in the outer court and was able to surpass me, Zhuo Qing, and Hu Shuifeng by relying on his high-grade profound rank sword skill, 99 sword technique. Today, he lost at your hands, and his loss wasn't unjust. Actually, in He Dong's heart, what he was most curious about was what method Duan Lingtian used to kill Shi Hao. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian's method had overturned his past understanding of strength. In the past, in his eyes, so long as one's strength was strong enough, it was sufficient to crush everything. But today, he witnessed with his own eyes how Duan Lingtian used the strength of 101 ancient mammoths to kill Shi Hao, who displayed the strength of 127 ancient mammoths. Only now did he understand that strength didn't represent everything. In the past, he was only a frog at the bottom of a well. But He Dong didn't know. Now, not only him, even the Mizar Peak's master, Zhang Fan, and the 10 Mizar Peak outer court elders present had similar feelings as He Dong. Of course, even though He Dong was curious about Duan Lingtian's method, he also yearned to investigate in depth. But he didn't open his mouth to ask, because he knew what he should ask and what he shouldn't ask. Duan Lingtian's method was obviously a method that surpassed martial skills and strength. This kind of method was the greatest trump card for anyone. It was impossible to easily reveal to others. Hu Shuifeng stood in the distance with an incomparably gloomy expression. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually kill Shi Hao. This was something that he'd never thought of before. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian would surely die if he went against Shi Hao. But the outcome had exceeded his expectations. Duan Lingtian had killed Shi Hao instead. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that even if it was him, it was impossible for him to kill Shi Hao so straightforwardly. Damn it! How the hell did he do it? Hu Shuifeng noticed that when he faced Duan Lingtian now, traces of fear and terror actually faintly arose in the depths of his heart. This caused him to feel incomparably ashamed and resentful. A kid that was a little over 20 had actually caused him to involuntarily have such feelings. Damn it. All right, the challenges continue. In next to no time, Zhang Fan spoke out once more and announced that the outer court martial competition would continue. The following challenges proceeded like a raging fire, but all the challengers had reached a common tacit understanding, and no one dared challenge Duan Lingtian by name. What a joke. Duan Lingtian had just killed the #1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao. Although they were conceited, they weren't conceited to the point of thinking that they were stronger than Shi Hao. Moreover, they'd clearly seen the battle from before, from the beginning until the end, that Sure Hao didn't even have the chance to admit defeat before being killed by Duan Lingtian. So long as they recalled the scene from before, they couldn't help but shudder. Duan Lingtian's methods were truly too strange. Along with the challengers issuing challenges to the outer court disciples that were temporarily ranked in the top 10, the top 10 people of the second round of the outer court martial competition were finally confirmed. The 10 people that included Duan Lingtian, Zuoqing, He Dong, and Hu Shuefeng were ranked in the top 10 of the outer court martial competition this time. Now, the top 10 people of the outer court martial competition have already been confirmed. What will be carried out next is the ranking battles. Based on strength, list out the specific rankings of the top 10 people. Along with Zheng Fan's voice sounding out, everyone knew that the outer court martial competition this time had already come to an end. Every 2 people amongst the 10 of you will have a battle with each other. In other words, any one of you will have to battle the other 9 people. There will be an elder recording for all of you, and the person that wins 9 battles will be ranked first in the outer court martial competition this time. The person that wins 8 battles will be ranked second. The person that wins 7 battles will be ranked third, and so on and so forth. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 10 people as he spoke out once more. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In this way, every single one of the 10 people would have a battle with each other. These rules couldn't be any fairer. Duan Lingtian, you go first. A voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and only now did he notice that it was Zheng Fan speaking to him. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse, and nodded before ascending the combat ring. Now, any of you that have the confidence to defeat Duan Lingtian can go up in battle. Zheng Fan looked at He Dong, Zuoqing, Hu Shuefeng, and the other 10 people as he spoke indifferently. But no one made a move. Earlier, the strength Duan Lingtian revealed when he killed Sure Hao caused all of them to be fearful, and they didn't have the slightest confidence. Even Hu Shuefeng was obediently standing on the spot now. He didn't dare go up. Duan Lingtian's methods were too strange, and even Sure Hao was easily killed by him. Although he was conceited and felt that he could defeat Sure Hao by relying on his grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29%, but he'd never thought that he would be able to easily defeat Sure Hao. Didn't senior brother Hu Shuefeng ask Sure Hao to give Duan Lingtian to him earlier? Now that he has the chance, why isn't he going up? You can't even discern this? Senior brother Hu Shuefeng didn't know of Duan Lingtian's strength earlier, and now that he's seen the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Sure Hao, he's surely given up on the thought of fighting Duan Lingtian. Looks like senior brother Hu Shuefeng only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The voices of the numerous 7-star sword sect outer court disciples entered into Hu Shuefeng's ears, and it caused Hu Shuefeng's body to tremble as if he was struck by lightning, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Duan Lingtian. Hu Shuefeng's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with fierceness and ruthlessness. As far as he was concerned, the culprit behind all this was Duan Lingtian. He pushed all the blame onto Duan Lingtian. But even then, he still didn't dare ascend the combat ring to battle Duan Lingtian, because he was afraid that he would be killed by Duan Lingtian. On the combat ring, Duan Lingtian stood there without moving like a mountain, as if he'd transformed into an invincible god of war, and no one dared battle him. Zheng Fan wasn't surprised by this scene, and he said indifferently, after the time of 10 breaths, if no one ascends the combat ring to battle Duan Lingtian, then the other 9 people will be considered to have admitted defeat. Duan Lingtian's battle record is 9 battles and 9 victories. The battle record of the other 9 people is 1 battle and 1 loss. Chapter 3:14. The time of 10 breaths quickly passed. However, there was still no one that ascended the combat ring to battle Duan Lingtian. Since it's like this, then without a doubt, the first in the outer court martial competition today is Duan Lingtian. The Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, announced with a calm tone. Duan Lingtian had become the well-deserved first in the outer court martial competition today. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. On the Mizar platform, after a short moment of silence, it was completely in an uproar. The faces of all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples flushed red as they excitedly shouted out Duan Lingtian's name. They knew clearly in their hearts. From today onwards, Duan Lingtian would become a milestone in the Seven-Star Sword Sect's outer court. A little over 20 years old, the number one disciple in the outer court. In the thousands of years of history of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, there had never been anyone that was able to obtain such an achievement at this age. When faced with the fervent and excited Seven-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples, Duan Lingtian stood there with a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. What a Duan Lingtian! Zhang Fan had always been paying attention to Duan Lingtian, and when he saw that Duan Lingtian was still able to be so composed at this time, he couldn't help but raise his opinion of Duan Lingtian slightly. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Zhang Fan shouted out in shock, and his voice suppressed all the Seven-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples that were present. Under the focused gazes of the crowd of Seven-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples, with a raise of his hand, a flowing light flashed out. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian became vigilant when Zhang Fan spoke, and now when he saw Zhang Fan throw something over, he hurriedly extended his hand to catch it. When he looked carefully, it was a spatial ring. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan spoke. Inside this spatial ring is the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. Besides the reward that's almost the same as the first place in the outer court martial competition in the past, there's an additional reward, and that's the Profound Origin Fruit. Profound Origin Fruit. Although before the outer court martial competition began today, the Seven-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples present had heard that the Profound Origin Fruit would become the additional reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. However, when the Profound Origin Fruit was obtained by someone else, their hearts were filled with envy and jealousy. Numerous burning gazes descended onto the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand. There was a Profound Origin Fruit within it. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Zhang Fan before putting away the storage ring in his hand. He was going to look at it when he got back. With a flash of his body, he flew out and landed beside Li Fei. Bastard! A wisp of a smile appeared on Li Fei's face. She felt happy for Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian was able to obtain first place in the outer court martial competition. This was her man, Li Fei's man. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei, and his fierce eyes became gentle and tender like water. He was like a completely different person compared to the appearance he had during the battle with Shihao earlier. Duan Lingtian and this Alcade Peak junior sister are simply a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Yeah, only a young genius like Duan Lingtian is worthy of this junior sister. It truly causes others to be envious and jealous. The crowd of Seven-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples sighed with emotion. Hu Shuefeng's expression was extremely unsightly. Earlier, when he saw Duan Lingtian obtain the Profound Origin Fruit, flames of rage arose within his heart. As far as he was concerned, the Profound Origin Fruit ought to have been his. However, Duan Lingtian had appeared out of nowhere and snatched his Profound Origin Fruit. Not to mention this. Now, Duan Lingtian was actually flirting with this drop-dead gorgeous woman that he coveted, and it caused flames of rage to arise within his heart. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Hu Shuefeng hated Duan Lingtian to the point he gnashed his teeth. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Hu Shuefeng's gaze, but he utterly couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted as he looked at the distant Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin glared with his ghastly eyes and stared at Duan Lingtian for a moment before turning around and leaving the balcony. When he saw Zhao Lin's ghastly gaze, Duan Lingtian knew that in the future, Zhao Lin would surely make a move against him from all aspects, all for the sake of obtaining the non-existent cultivation method in his possession, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Zhao Lin. Boundless flames of rage arose within Duan Lingtian's heart towards Zhao Lin's endless chatter. At the same time, besides Duan Lingtian, the other 9 people continued to compete for the top 10 rankings of the outer court martial competition. Although the first in the outer court martial competition was seized away by Duan Lingtian, but the higher one's ranking was, the more rewards one would obtain. So, the other 9 people fought with all their might. Amongst the 9 7th-level origin core stage outer court disciples, Zuoqing, He Dong, and Hu Shuifeng's strengths were the strongest. When the three of them fought with the other six, it was practically a one-sided suppression. Duan Lingtian discerned, as well, that the reason the three of them were able to firmly suppress the other 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples was because the sword skills they cultivated were comparatively superior. Just like Zhua Qing's sword skills, every sword strike that was casually executed seemed to be a stroke of genius. Hidong's sword skills were unrestrained and concealed killing intent, causing one to be unable to guard against it. Hu Shuifeng's sword skills had a total of 13 sword strikes, one after another like overlapping waves with boundless might. The final result. Hu Shuifeng relied on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand that provided a 29% amplification to display the strength of 129 ancient mammoths to suppress Zhua Qing and Hidong, and was ranked second in the outer court martial competition this time, second only to Duan Lingtian. As for the third place in the outer court martial competition, it was obtained by Hidong. Zhua Qing was only ranked fourth. Along with the Mizar Peak's master, Zhang Fan, distributing the rewards of the other 9 people, his clear voice sounded out. The outer court martial competition this time has come to an end. Those that didn't obtain any rewards shouldn't be discouraged. There's still a chance after 1 year. The 7-star Sword Sect's outer court martial competition was held once a year, and it never changed no matter what. Duan Lingtian, work hard and enter the inner court as soon as possible. I look favorably upon you. Zhang Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and his face revealed a warm smile. Zhang Fan's attitude caused the group of Mizar Peak outer court elders to be greatly shocked. As outer court elders of Mizar Peak, they naturally knew the temper of this peak master. Even when facing an outstanding inner court disciple in the inner court, he'd never put down his airs and be so kind. I will. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Then under the envious and jealous gazes of the group of 7-star Sword Sect disciples, he held Li Fei's hand and walked shoulder to shoulder with Zhua Qing to leave the Mizar Peak. They followed the flow of people to arrive near the Mizar Peak's trade hall, then stepped onto the chain bridge and left Mizar Peak. Duan Lingtian followed Li Fei back to her residence, and the pair of man and woman that were burning with passion once again lingered for a while before reluctantly separating. Profound Origin Fruit. Once I consume the Profound Origin Fruit, I'll be able to break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage at the first possible moment. At that time, not only will my strength be comparable to an 8th level Origin Core Stage martial artist, even my Quake energy will advance once again. On the way back to Migrez Peak after leaving Alcade Peak, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. Most importantly, once I break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage, I'll be able to condense a Grade 7 Pill Flame, Grade 7 Weapon Flame, and become a Grade 7 Alchemist and Grade 7 Weapons Craftsman. Now, Duan Lingtian was impatient to return home, and after he stepped onto the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he walked onto the chain bridge that led to Migrez Peak and returned to Migrez Peak. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed that when he just stepped onto the Migrez Peak stone platform, he encountered a group of Migrez Peak disciples, and all of them respectfully greeted him. In terms of age, these Migrez Peak disciples were all older than him, but now, all of them called him Senior Brother with incomparable fervor. In this world where the strong are respected, it's so realistic. Strength is the foundation to gain a foothold. When I just entered the 7-star Sword Sect and entered Migrez Peak, I was unknown and no one paid attention to me. Now, I've seized the first place in the outer court martial competition, and these people are all sticking to me like gangrene attached to the bone. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh emotionally in his heart. This was a world where the strong were respected, and if one wanted to obtain the respect of others, then one must be sufficiently strong. Otherwise, one could only become an ant beneath another's feet and be trampled upon by another. The life of the strong was higher than the heavens. The life of the weak was lower than grass. When faced with these Migrez Peak disciples, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded indifferently before leaving. When he left, his heart constricted. It's very likely that Zhao Lin is hiding in the shadows now, spying on me, but it isn't so easy to follow me. When he thought of Zhao Lin's ghastly gaze from before, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath then followed the flow of people and flashed out. Half an hour later, he appeared on a remote mountain path on Migres Peak. Only now did Duan Lingtian dare swagger back to the peak of Migres Peak and return to the stalactite cave. I'll return now and consume the profound origin fruit. My cultivation will break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage in one go. As he walked on the road, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with excitement as he thought about it. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the peak of Migres Peak, at the side of the mountain path halfway up Migres Peak, bang! A palm print that was condensed into form whistled out and descended onto an enormous mountain rock. Instantly, the mountain rock shattered and shattered rocks flew everywhere. I let him escape again. Zhao Lin's face was gloomy, and he was exasperated. After Duan Lingtian returned to the peak of Migres Peak, as usual, he took advantage of the situation and leaped, passing through the clouds and mist to descend onto the crooked tree. But he'd only just stepped onto the crooked tree when his face went pale. His spiritual force clearly sensed that there seemed to be two formidable auras within the cave passageway. These two formidable auras were extremely terrifying. At least, to the current Duan Lingtian, they were extremely terrifying. Before long, he noticed that the two auras were getting closer and closer, and at the same time, a wave of light footsteps accompanied them. Duan Lingtian became vigilant as he looked towards the cave passageway. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Presently, a yellow-clothed young girl slowly walked out of the cave passageway. The young girl was around 15 or 16 years old. Her slightly immature cheeks seemed as if they'd been carved from jade, and there was a small dimple at the corner of her mouth. Her skin was tender, her smile was like a flower, and her appearance was charming and moving. Who are you? Chapter 3:15. Who are you? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless when he heard what the young girl said. This place seemed to be his place of cultivation, right? Hiss hiss, suddenly, a wave of familiar sounds entered into his ears, causing Duan Lingtian's body to slightly tremble, and his face revealed an expression of wild joy. He looked at the young girl's wrist that was white like jade, and he could see two little heads sticking out. These were two little pythons. One of the little pythons was completely black with complicated golden markings on its body, and on its head was a golden horn that flickered with an icy cold sheen. The other little python was completely white with silver markings on its body, and the horn on its head was silver in color. Little black, little white. Duan Lingtian's mind surged, and he was unable to calm the restless feelings in his heart. These two little fellows had finally returned. Whoosh, whoosh. Two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from the young girl's hand and descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. The two little pythons flicked their tongues to their heart's content and licked Duan Lingtian's face, causing Duan Lingtian to only feel a wave of itchiness come from his face. It's good that you've returned. It's good that you've returned. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. Although he'd always been thinking, when the two little fellows returned, he would surely teach them a good lesson. But when it really came to the moment they returned, his feelings were completely replaced by joy, and he was utterly unwilling to teach the two little fellows a lesson. After grabbing the two little fellows and holding them in his hand, Duan Lingtian sized them up from top to bottom, and his face revealed a light smile. Although you two little fellows haven't stepped into the half-step void stage, you're obviously not far away. Looks like you two had a fortuitous encounter in the primeval forest. Although the two little fellows had consumed a lot of 10,000-year stalactite milk that day, the 10,000-year stalactite milk could only improve natural talent and not cultivation. Relying on his spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to discern with a single glance. The cultivations of these two little fellows had obviously already stepped into the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Compared to 5 months ago, he was much stronger. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was almost certain that these two little fellows must have had a fortuitous encounter in these 5 months. The two auras that he had sensed just now belonged to them. Hiss, hiss, the two little fellows raised their little heads and shook them at Duan Lingtian. Their golden eyes and silver eyes shone with a proud luster. I know you guys are amazing. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Little black, little white, have you been in the primeval forest all this time? Hiss, hiss. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little pythons suddenly turned their heads. So your names are Little Black and Little White. No wonder you don't like the names I gave you. A voice that was pleasing to the ear like a silver bell sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel refreshed. Only now did Duan Lingtian realize that because of the appearance of the two little pythons, he'd actually overlooked the yellow-clothed young girl before him. Duan Lingtian re-examined the young girl before him. The young girl's eyes ceaselessly spun and faintly contained a trace of craftiness mixed within, giving others a mischievous feeling. The young girl's skin was snow-white and tender, revealing a rosy glow within the whiteness, causing her to be even more beautiful and moving, causing others to feel pity for her. Her body even emitted a strand of faint spirit energy, and within the spirit energy was a faint fragrance mixed within. It was simply a unique treasure bestowed to her by the Creator. The young girl was around 15 or 16 years old. As she stood there, she was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water, elegant and refined, pure and bright, fresh and pleasant. With the young girl's current appearance, it was unknown how devastatingly beautiful she would be in a few years. May I ask who you are? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and withdrew his gaze from the young girl before asking in a light voice. He believed that since the two little pythons were able to bring the young girl here, they surely trusted the young girl extremely. Moreover, his acute spiritual force told him that this young girl didn't have any cultivation and was only an ordinary person that couldn't be any more ordinary. The young girl was surely able to appear here because the two little pythons had brought her here. Although he didn't know why the two little pythons had brought the young girl here. When the yellow-clothed young girl heard Duan Lingtian's words, she revealed a wisp of an innocent and charming smile that rippled like spring water and was bright and beautiful like the warm sun in spring. She playfully blinked her watery eyes. Big brother, I'm Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai? Duan Lingtian smiled. A very nice name. Hee hee. When the young girl heard Duan Lingtian's words, she giggled, and her gaze descended onto the two little pythons in Duan Lingtian's hand as she asked curiously, Big brother, when did they start following you? When he heard the young girl, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and said, They've been following me since they were born. It's been over 4 years. Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly misty, as if he'd returned to the days in Aurora City. The two little pythons were born in the Li family's estate in Aurora City. No wonder they were so reluctant to part with you and were unwilling to follow us directly. The young girl muttered with a voice that only she could hear. What did you say? Duan Lingtian only heard the young girl lightly muttering something and didn't hear it clearly, so he couldn't help but ask curiously, Nothing. The young girl shook her head. Even when she wasn't smiling, her pretty face was filled with a smile, causing others to have an indescribable feeling of fondness. Where did Little White and Little Black kidnap this young girl from? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the young girl's face, and he was slightly absent-minded as he muttered to himself in his heart, Big brother, what are you looking at? The young girl blinked her jade-like clear eyes. Her face was full of innocence as she asked curiously, Nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. The young girl's innocence made his heart as calm as still water, and it was difficult for him to have any thoughts of profaning her. He lightly smiled and asked, Little sister, where's your home? Big brother will send you back. I'm not a little sister, I'm Xuanai, Han Xuanai. The young girl pouted her cute little mouth, seeming to be slightly angry. Her angry appearance made one feel pity for her. All right, Xuanai. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't fuss with a little girl and he patiently asked, Xuanai, where's your home? My home? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xuanai was like a little adult as she pondered. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile. At the same time, he glared at the two little fellows in his hands as if he was asking, Where did the two of you kidnap her from? Finally, Xuanai came back to her senses. Under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, she moved her mischievous eyes and slowly said, Big brother, my home is in a place very, very far away. Duan Lingtian's expression froze. A place very, very far away? What was the difference between this and not saying anything? Little black, little white, come. Just as Duan Lingtian wanted to ask Xuanai further, he saw Xuanai raise her hand, and the two little pythons that were originally in his hands flew out and landed on Xuanai's face, rubbing against Xuanai's white wrist in an ingratiating manner. This scene caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be slightly stunned. Of the two little girls by his side, only Kerr was able to make the two little fellows like this. Even Li Fei, who had been with the two little fellows for a few years, was unable to make them like this. Who exactly was this yellow-clothed young girl? Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that perhaps, from the beginning, he'd underestimated this young girl. So you're called Little Black, Little White. Xuanai stretched out her white wrist that was as white as jade and lightly stroked the two little pythons. She giggled, then looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, Big brother, when I named Little White Little Silver, it only shook its head to express its unwillingness. But when I named Little Black Little Gold, why did it suddenly become violent? And Little White as well, when it heard me call Little Black Little Gold, it also. Hiss hiss. Xuanai hadn't finished speaking when the two little pythons that coiled around her white wrist had already become restless. Look, they're here again. Xuanai shook her head and smiled helplessly. Little Gold? Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly strange when he heard Xuanai's words. He naturally knew the reason. Little Gold was the name of the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse that was by Kerr's side, whereas the two little pythons had always taken Little Gold as their mortal enemy, so they were naturally very sensitive to the name Little Gold. It wasn't strange for them to become violent. Xuanai, exactly where is your home? Tell Big Brother will send you back. Duan Lingtian looked at Xuanai as he spoke. A young girl like this had been out for a long time, and he could imagine that her family was surely very worried. Big brother, I told you, my home is very, very far away. I came out with Qing Nu. Xuanai pouted her cute little mouth as she spoke. Qing Nu? Duan Lingtian naturally thought that the Qing Nu that Xuanai spoke of was the servant by her side. Earlier, he discerned that with Xuanai's bearing, she surely had an extraordinary background. Xuanai, where's Qing Nu now? I'll send you over to look for him. He's surely very anxious now that he's unable to find you. Big brother, Qing Nu knows that Little Black, Little White, and I have come to look for you. Originally, Qing Nu wanted to come as well, but she had something to do at the last minute, so I brought Little Black and Little White along. Xuanai blinked her mischievous eyes as she spoke slowly. Look for me? Duan Lingtian's expression froze when he heard Xuanai. Yes. Xuanai nodded. Qing Nu wanted to bring Little Black and Little White along with us, and Little Black and Little White wanted to leave with us as well, but they told Qing Nu that they wanted to seek your opinion. So, I brought them along. Xuanai hadn't finished speaking when Duan Lingtian's expression went grim. She wanted to take the two little fellows away from him? No. Little Black and Little White will absolutely not leave with you. Duan Lingtian's words were resolute and decisive, and there was no room for discussion. As for what Xuanai said about Little Black and Little White wanting to leave with them, Duan Lingtian didn't believe it at all. What a joke. Chapter 316. Moreover, what did the young girl say earlier? She seemed to have said that Little Black and Little White told Qing Nu that they couldn't bear to part with him. Although Little Black and Little White had a slight understanding of human nature, Duan Lingtian wouldn't believe that they could communicate and speak with humans no matter what. As someone who'd fused with the lifetime memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew very well that nascent soul-stage ferocious beasts like the two little fellows would at most have a slight understanding of human nature, but it hadn't reached the stage where they could directly communicate with humans, unless the person they were facing wasn't a human, but a ferocious beast. Or perhaps a demon beast. Who the hell are you? Are you joking with me? Duan Lingtian looked at the yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, and frowned. You said Little White and Little Black can speak and communicate with Qing Nu? You said they want to leave with you? Then why don't you ask them to tell me? You don't look old. How did you learn how to deceive people? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. He noticed that the young girl's expression changed at a moment's notice. She was smiling wholeheartedly earlier, But in this moment, her delicate and pitiful appearance caused one to feel pity for her. A bad premonition arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. As expected. Woo-woo. Big brother is bad. You bully. Xuan, I didn't deceive you. Xuan, I didn't deceive you. The young girl cried at a moment's notice, and her tears flowed down as if they were free, causing Duan Lingtian to have a bitter smile and be slightly flustered. All right. Xuan, I didn't deceive you. Didn't deceive you. Big brother won't talk about Xuan I anymore. Don't cry. Don't cry. Unexpectedly, it would have been fine if Duan Lingtian didn't persuade her, but once he spoke, the young girl started wailing loudly again, and cried even louder. Duan Lingtian frowned. The young girl was crying so loudly. If there was someone on the peak of Migres Peak, wouldn't it be heard by others? That wasn't a good thing. Xuan I, don't cry, be good. It's Big Brother's fault. Big Brother will apologize to you, all right? Duan Lingtian had no choice but to compromise. He really couldn't do anything to this cute and playful young girl. She cried at a moment's notice, and there wasn't even the slightest prelude. Really? The young girl temporarily stopped crying and blinked her mischievous eyes that were filled with tears as she asked Duan Lingtian. Really? Duan Lingtian nodded helplessly. The next moment, Duan Lingtian regretted it. Hee. The young girl wiped away her tears and giggled. Her pair of mischievous eyes revealed a hint of craftiness. Where was the pitiful appearance from before? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly, knowing that he had been tricked. Big brother, what's your name? Xuan I blinked her bright eyes and asked Duan Lingtian. My name is Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said slowly. Duan Lingtian? Xuan I started to ponder like a little adult. Then she returned to her senses with a smile that was like a flower, and the two little dimples on her tender cheeks were extremely cute. Xuan I will call Big Brother Lingtian from now on, all right? Big Brother Lingtian. Big Brother Lingtian. It's decided. Duan Lingtian didn't dare say no, as he was really afraid of the young girl's crying technique, and she cried at will. Even those actors on Earth in his previous life couldn't compare to her when it came to crying. What a crybaby. Of course, Duan Lingtian only dared to think like this in his heart. If he were to say it out loud, he didn't know what the consequences would be. Xuan I, you said earlier that Little Black and Little White were talking to Qingnu? Qingnu can really understand what Little Black and Little White are saying? Duan Lingtian recalled what happened earlier. The young girl spoke in an orderly manner and didn't seem to be lying. Big Brother Lingtian, are you going to say that Xuan I is lying again? Xuan I's pair of mischievous eyes once again suffused with a wisp of mist. It seemed as if Duan Lingtian dared to say yes, she would once again burst into tears. No, absolutely not. Duan Lingtian hurriedly waved his hand. What he couldn't bear to see the most was a woman crying, and it was even such a cute and pitiful young girl. I'm just asking, if you're unwilling to say, then don't say. Hee. The young girl giggled, and her eyes narrowed into crescents. Big Brother Lingtian, Qingnu is different from us. We're humans, but she's not. So, she can communicate with Little Black and Little White. Not human? Hearing the young girl's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Xuan I, what do you mean by this? Big Brother Lingtian, you're too stupid. Big Brother Lingtian is so stupid. So stupid. Qingnu isn't human, so she's naturally a demon beast. Oh, she ought to be considered a demon beast. Xuan I playfully nodded, and her mischievous eyes spun about, and as she finished speaking, her voice became softer and softer. Demon beast? The young girl's words caused Duan Lingtian to heave a sigh of relief, and he laughed bitterly. So it turns out that it's a demon beast that's following by your side. You called her Qingnu, and I thought she was a servant by your side. Although he said this, Duan Lingtian's heart was still alarmed by tempestuous waves. Demon beast. An existence that could be called a demon beast, no matter how weak it was an existence at the void-prying stage or above. This young girl that didn't have the slightest cultivation in his eyes actually had a demon beast following by her side? Who the heck was she? She had a demon beast by her side, and that demon beast was even loyally following by the side of a young girl that didn't have any cultivation. Obviously, It had been completely tamed. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, powers that were capable of taming demon beasts to such an extent could be counted with one's hands. Aya, Big Brother Ling Tian, let Little Black and Little White follow me and Qing Nu. Look at them, they've broken through 2 levels after following Qing Nu to cultivate for a period of time. If they follow Qing Nu, their cultivation in the future will surely advance even faster. Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of anticipation, and then she seemed to have thought of something and giggled. Big Brother Lingtian, if you really can't bear to part with Little Black and Little White, then you can follow us with them. Xuanai is so bored. There's usually no one to play with me. As she finished speaking, Xuanai stretched out her hand to hold on to Duan Lingtian's arm and lightly shook it, and a layer of mist covered her lively eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled helplessly. Now that he knew the Qing Nu that Xuanai spoke of was a demon beast, he knew that Xuanai wasn't lying to him earlier. He took a deep breath, then looked at the 2 little pythons in his hand and asked in a light voice, Little Black, Little White, do you 2 little fellows really want to go with Xuanai and Qing Nu? Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons flicked their tongues, and their eyes emitted traces of reluctance, but they still nodded. Duan Lingtian forcefully restrained his slightly surging emotions, then took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes once more and nodded heavily. I understand. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were slightly moist. He made a difficult choice in his heart. Although the 2 little fellows were only fierce beasts, but after being together for a few years, he'd long since taken the 2 little fellows to be his own children. Now that they wanted to leave, Duan Lingtian was naturally unwilling to let them go. But Duan Lingtian also understood that if the 2 little fellows followed him, the advancement of their cultivations would surely be inferior to following other demon beasts. Although he possessed the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he knew little about the cultivation of demon beasts. In terms of cultivation, he could only provide some assistance like medicinal pills to the 2 little fellows. He was utterly unable to help with anything else. As a person of 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian was deeply aware. Some things might not be a good thing to hold on to tightly. These 2 little fellows had followed him for a few years, and he clearly knew their temperaments. If it wasn't because he felt that Qing Nu would have a better future by following by the side of the young girl, otherwise, they would absolutely not leave him. Big Brother Ling Tian. The nearby Xuanai seemed to have felt Duan Lingtian's disappointed mood, and she said in a light voice, You leave with us as well? As she spoke, a trace of hope appeared in Xuanai's eyes. I won't be leaving with all of you. Duan Lingtian shook his head and lightly smiled to Xuanai. Xuanai, although I don't know who you are, and I don't know what demon beast Qing Nu by your side is, but since Little Black and Little White want to leave with all of you, I presume they have their own reasons. They've made a decision, and I won't stop them. I only hope that you and Qing Nu can treat them well in the future. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian sighed. The 2 little pythons now were like the kites in his hand. If he didn't let go, they would always be so high. If he let go, he could fly even higher and even soar into the sky. Big Brother Lingtian. Qing Nu is very good to Little Black and Little White. I'm even better to them. Xuanai was slightly disappointed when she heard Duan Lingtian refuse to leave with her, but she quickly reorganized her emotions and nodded seriously like a little adult. Hiss hiss, seeming to have realized that they were about to leave. The 2 little pythons were slightly restless and uneasy. They stared at Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that their tails moved, their eyes moved as if they were expressing some sort of emotion. You want to say goodbye to Kerr and Little Fayer? Duan Lingtian asked with slight puzzlement. Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons ceaselessly nodded their little heads. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and rubbed the 2 little fellows' little heads. Kerr and Little Fayer, I didn't dote on you for nothing, but Kerr hasn't returned yet, so you won't be able to see her for the time being. As for Little Fayer, forget about it. I'll tell her. Heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. Go. Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons glanced at Duan Lingtian with reluctance before flying out and landing in Xuanai's hand. Let's go. Duan Lingtian welcomed Xuanai to the crooked tree and prepared to bring Xuanai up to the peak. After all, Xuanai was just an ordinary person. This was what his sharp spiritual power told him, however. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. Big brother Lingtian, I'll bring Little Black and Little White back to play with you in the future. Let's go. Xuanai reluctantly waved at Duan Lingtian and held the two little pythons as she directly stepped into the air and floated in the air. Chapter 317. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons hung on Han Xuanai's white wrists as they ceaselessly nodded to Duan Lingtian, and their eyes contained a sheen of reluctance mixed within, but unfortunately, until they were brought out of Duan Lingtian's line of sight by Han Xuanai, Duan Lingtian's attention didn't descend onto them, only because at this moment, Duan Lingtian stood dumbstruck on the crooked tree. Han Xuanai, she's a void stage expert? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but fiercely gulp down a mouthful of saliva, and the shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. The yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, had given him too great of a shock. When Han Xuanai had just appeared, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force didn't notice anything wrong with her in the slightest, and he even determined that Han Xuanai was only an ordinary young girl that couldn't be any more ordinary. But earlier, the scene of Han Xuanai flying in the sky and flying away from Migres Peak, it caused him to deeply realize that he'd misjudged her. Not only was Han Xuanai not an ordinary young girl, she was even a formidable void stage expert. Logically speaking, with my current spiritual force, if I were to face her head-on, I'd even be able to see through a 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist. I'm unable to detect Han Xuanai's cultivation, unless she's an expert at the void initiation stage or above. Or perhaps she used some sort of secret technique to conceal the aura of her void-prying stage cultivation. Presently, Duan Lingtian had a myriad of thoughts in his mind, and his mood hadn't recovered until now. Compared to these two possibilities, he was more inclined towards the latter. Han Xuanai was a void-prying stage expert, and used a secret technique to conceal her cultivation, causing his spiritual force to be unable to detect her. If it was the former, Duan Lingtian was truly unable to imagine and find it hard to believe. Because, according to the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, stepping into the void-prying stage at the age of 15 or 16 wasn't impossible. Just like some of the formidable powers that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, their resources and reserves were extremely deep, and the natural treasures they'd accumulated were innumerable. Using the words overflowing with wealth was not enough to describe them. The wealth they possessed would make even experts like Emperor Wu jealous. Of course, while these forces possessed so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, their foundation was also extremely terrifying. There was no lack of existences at the level of Emperor Wu. If these formidable powers intended to place emphasis on fostering a disciple of the younger generation, then they were entirely capable of using countless treasures of heaven and earth on the disciple. Allowing the disciple to step into the void-prying stage at the age of 15 or 16 wasn't a difficult matter, therefore. Even though a void-prying stage martial artist at the age of 15 or 16 was extremely rare in the entire Cloud Continent, it wasn't like they didn't exist. However, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, it was practically impossible for a 15 or 16-year-old void initiation stage martial artist to appear. Because going from the void-prying stage to the void initiation stage wasn't purely a transformation of one's strength, and it was even a transformation of one's force. Because of this, it was possible for a 15 or 16-year-old 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist to appear. However, it was practically impossible for a 15 or 16-year-old 1st-level void initiation stage martial artist to appear, because the transformation of force was related to comprehension ability. Comprehension ability was what was often said to be martial Dao comprehension ability. Martial Dao comprehension ability was separated from natural talent in the martial Dao, yet both complemented each other. For example, if a martial artist below the void-prying stage had a high comprehension ability, then when cultivating martial skills, the speed at which their martial skills improved was extremely fast. On the contrary, if one had a low comprehension ability, then when cultivating martial skills, the speed at which their martial skills improved would definitely be extremely slow. As for martial artists at the void-prying stage and above, the level of comprehension ability would even affect the comprehension of force. So, When a martial artist cultivated, both natural talent and comprehension ability were indispensable. A person's cultivation could be piled up with countless treasures of heaven and earth, but it would at most be piled up to the 9th level of the void-prying stage. Because once one stepped into the 9th level of the void-prying stage, if one's comprehension of force hadn't attained a certain level, then it would be impossible to break through to the void initiation stage. All of this was something Duan Lingtian found out from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Whereas according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, no matter how high a 15 or 16-year-old martial artist's comprehension ability was, it was impossible for the martial artist to comprehend force to the point of being able to break through to the void initiation stage. So, Duan Lingtian determined that Han Shuanai ought to be in existence at the void-prying stage and not a void initiation stage expert. After all, Han Shuanai's age was too young. Young to the point it was shocking. But even then, the shock in Duan Lingtian's heart was still like before, and it was difficult to calm down. A 15 or 16-year-old void-prying stage martial artist. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, and he suddenly felt that his cultivation was nothing when compared to Han Shuanai. No wonder Xuanai said her home was extremely far away. A power that's capable of fostering a 15 or 16-year-old void-prying stage expert is surely a formidable power in the foreign lands without a doubt. To think that I was guessing earlier that she was a member of a top power in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian laughed in self-ridicule as he realized that he'd still underestimated Xuanai. Besides that, no wonder those two little fellows wanted to follow Xuanai, and that Qing Nu. Xuanai's strength is already so strong. Since that Qing Nu is a demon beast that's guarding by her side, she's surely an extremely terrifying existence as well. Perhaps she's a void initiation stage demon beast. Or perhaps a void interpretation stage demon beast, or even a void transformation stage demon beast. Duan Lingtian gasped as he truly realized how terrifying Xuanai's background was. Who exactly is Xuanai? What sort of identity does she have? At the same time that Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock, it was filled with curiosity as well. Xuanai was too mysterious. Mysterious to the point it caused one's heart to tremble. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and he heaved a sigh of relief before returning to the stalactite cave. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the two little pythons, and his face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. After parting with the two little fellows today, he didn't know when they'd meet again. At that time, I wonder to what extent they'll have grown to. A trace of anticipation arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, anticipation towards seeing the two little pythons again in the future. After going silent for a moment, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and his gaze descended onto the spatial ring in his hand. Profound origin fruit. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian withdrew a spirit fruit from his spatial ring, and it was also his greatest gain from the outer court martial competition this time. As for the other rewards for the first place in the outer court martial competition, it was none other than a pile of origin-strengthening pills and some other medicinal pills. Perhaps these medicinal pills were extremely precious in the eyes of ordinary outer court disciples, but in the eyes of Duan Lingtian, they were only a pile of trash. A pile of trash medicinal pills whose purity caused him to be extremely dissatisfied. I'll go back to the trade hall and resell these medicinal pills. At the same time that Duan Lingtian had a plan in his heart, his gaze descended onto the spirit fruit in his hand. This spirit fruit, the profound origin fruit, was completely milky white in color, and its surface flickered with a faint sheen. With a single glance, one could discern that it wasn't simple. Duan Lingtian picked up the profound origin fruit and directly took a bite out of it. The juice of the profound origin fruit was cool and refreshing, and the flesh of the fruit melted as soon as it entered his mouth. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian ate the entire profound origin fruit in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. At the same time, a warm energy started to flash up and down along his body. This was the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and started to cultivate seriously. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, WYRM Python form. Within Duan Lingtian's body, His origin energy fused into the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit, and along with the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit, it circulated along the circulation path of the WIRM Python form, over and over again, without the slightest pause. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly feel that the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit was gradually fusing with the origin energy in his body at an extremely swift speed. After his origin energy fused with the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit, it gradually strengthened. His cultivation that had just broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage not long ago increased at an extremely swift speed. In next to no time, he arrived at the bottleneck before breaking through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Because the 6th level of the origin core stage and the 7th level of the origin core stage was a watershed, so this bottleneck could be said to be the greatest cultivation bottleneck that an origin core stage martial artist faced. Once he broke through this bottleneck, his strength would increase by the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Although he didn't succeed in breaking through the bottleneck the first time, Duan Lingtian wasn't anxious. Only a third of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit had been exerted now. The second breakthrough, the bottleneck loosened, but still wasn't broken through. The third breakthrough, it was more or less the same. Duan Lingtian didn't know how many times he broke through the bottleneck, and only when 2/3 of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit had been exerted did the vast origin energy within his body surge, and he finally broke through the bottleneck. The bottleneck was broken through, and all his origin energy underwent a tremendous change. Origin energy gushed into his dantian, and the origin core within his dantian underwent a change along with it. It grew slightly larger, 7th level of the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian's mind shook, and he was slightly excited. He never imagined that he'd only broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage for a few days before relying on the profound origin fruit, a treasure of heaven and earth that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought for, to once again break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. All of this was like a dream to him. But Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that all of this wasn't a dream. He didn't wake up, because a third of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit still remained. The profound origin fruit was a miraculous spirit fruit, but its medicinal strength was extremely easy to evaporate. If Duan Lingtian didn't digest this medicinal strength now, then after a few more days, not even half of it would remain. The profound origin fruit couldn't compare to the monkey wine and monkey king wine after all. The latter was brewed by the stone monkeys, and had already condensed the medicinal strength of various spirit fruits, so it wasn't much different from medicinal pills. Whereas the profound origin fruit was instead a natural spirit fruit that didn't undergo any interference. Once this spirit fruit was consumed, it must be completely digested at the first possible moment. Continue cultivating. The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body continued to strengthen, and when it was about to approach the bottleneck of breaking through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit was finally completely digested by him. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. A fierce bright light flashed before vanishing. 7th level of the origin core stage. Chapter 318. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly became fierce, as if it had transformed into a sharp sword that flashed out. In an instant, whoosh! In the sky above Duan Lingtian, lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. A total of 111 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Presently, Duan Lingtian relied solely on his own strength. Compared to an ordinary 7th level origin core stage martial artist, he possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 8th level origin core stage martial artist, he possessed the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. Even if it's a 9th level origin core stage martial artist, he only possesses the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Only the strength of 9 ancient mammoths more than me. Although I don't know how much my quake energy has improved, but I can be sure that even if my quake energy hasn't improved, once I exert my full strength, even a 9th level origin core stage martial artist wouldn't be a match for me. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Even if a ninth-level Origin Core Stage martial artist relied on a Grade 7 Spirit Sword that provided an amplification of 30%, the martial artist's offensive strength would only increase to the strength of 156 ancient mammoths, whereas Duan Lingtian was currently able to increase his offensive strength to the strength of 140 ancient mammoths, even if he only relied on the Grade 7 Spirit Swords he possessed. It was only a difference of the strength of 16 ancient mammoths from the former. This bit of difference was completely able to be made up for with the Quake energy. With my current strength, once I utilized the Quake energy bestowed upon me by the WYRM Python form, I'm practically invincible under the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of this. I wonder to what extent the Quake energy has increased to now. I'll find a time to go to the primeval forest to look for fierce beasts to test it out. Duan Lingtian stood up and intended to leave the stalactite cave. Right at this moment, drip, a clear sound entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian glanced over, and only now did he notice that a drop of milk had actually dripped down from the 10,000-year stalactite. It's been almost half a year since the last drop of the 10,000-year stalactite. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He took out a medicinal pill bottle and put away the drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk as if he had obtained a precious treasure. Then he left the stalactite cave. He left the peak of Migres Peak. Soon, Duan Lingtian appeared near the trading hall. Everywhere he passed, the Migres Peak disciples revealed gazes of reverence as they looked at him, and some Migres Peak disciples that were nearby even greeted him respectfully and warmly. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded as he walked by. It caused all the Migres Peak disciples to feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze, and their faces all revealed brilliant smiles. Senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian is really a good person. He actually smiled at us. Yeah, as the current number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court, senior brother Duan Lingtian doesn't put on airs in the slightest. It's too rare. I still remember that Shuhao's ability wasn't as great as senior brother Duan Lingtian, but he was extremely arrogant, as if the heavens were the greatest and he was number 2. That Shuhao deserved to die. The number 1 disciple in the outer court. Is he even worthy? Exactly. If senior brother Duan Lingtian was born 2 years earlier and entered our 7-star sword sect 2 years earlier, then the number 1 disciple in the outer court would utterly have nothing to do with Shuhao. All the Migres Peak disciples were fervent like fire as they ceaselessly praised Duan Lingtian. Their voices weren't soft, and were all heard by Duan Lingtian, who was heading to the trading hall. Duan Lingtian only shook his head and smiled towards this. He was incomparably composed. Similar words of praise were something he'd heard countless times in his previous life when he was the king of special forces and the king of mercenaries. He'd been immune since long ago. When Duan Lingtian arrived outside the trading hall, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples all respectfully greeted him one after another. Duan Lingtian nodded and returned a light smile, then spoke of the reason for his arrival. I intend to sell all the rewards for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. Is there anyone interested? The rewards for the first place in the outer court martial competition? Sell? The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were all stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, could it be that you intend to sell the profound origin fruit as well? A Migres Peak disciple stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Profound origin fruit? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this Migres Peak disciple. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the surrounding Migres Peak disciples all stared at him with burning gazes, obviously filled with interest towards the profound origin fruit. The profound origin fruit was a spirit fruit that was able to allow an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist to directly break through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. If it was given to an origin core stage martial artist with a low cultivation to consume, it was even possible for the martial artist to break through 2 levels in one go. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, if you sell the profound origin fruit as well, I'm willing to pay 300,000 gold. In next to no time, a Migres Peak disciple spoke out. This Migres Peak disciple had a fair and clean appearance, with an extraordinary bearing, and obviously had an extraordinary background. 300,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 30 million taels of silver. It was a huge sum. Oomph. To think that you're able to take out such a small amount of money. That's the profound origin fruit, a spirit fruit that can only be chanced upon by luck. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. I'll pay 1 million gold. Another Migres Peak disciple spoke out. This Migres Peak disciple obviously had an extraordinary background, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to carry so much money at all times. 1 million gold? For a moment, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples were in an uproar. 1 million taels of gold was equivalent to 100 million taels of silver. Laughable. Right at this moment, another Migres Peak disciple looked at the Migres Peak disciple that bid 1 million gold and sneered. You said earlier that junior brother was stingy when he bid 300,000 gold. Could it be that you think your bid 1 million gold isn't stingy? That's the profound origin fruit, something that has a price but no market. As he spoke up to hear, the Migres Peak disciple had an excited expression. I remember that 3 years ago, a profound origin fruit appeared in an auction house in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. At that time, it was auctioned for a high price of 3 million gold. 3 million gold. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were slightly numb. You said I'm stingy when I bid 1 million gold. I'm curious, what price can you bid? The Migres Peak disciple that was mocked sneered. Me? The Migres Peak disciple that mocked earlier instantly started laughing. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly cupped his hands. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, so long as you say the word, ye shall obey. Am willing to use 10 million gold to buy the prize you obtained from the outer court martial competition this time. 10 million gold. As soon as Yi Xiaobei finished speaking, the surroundings went deathly silent. Even Duan Lingtian, who originally wanted to explain that the profound origin fruit had already been consumed by him, was shocked now. Who the heck was this Migres Peak disciple? He directly bid 10 million gold. The Migres Peak disciple that bid 1 million gold earlier sneered when he heard Yi Xiaobei. You said 10 million gold and it's 10 million gold? Who doesn't know how to speak without proof? I even said that I'm willing to bid 20 million gold to buy the prize for the first place in the outer court martial competition in senior brother Duan Lingtian's possession. As soon as this Migres Peak disciple finished speaking, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples all nodded in agreement. Yeah. Who knows if this Yi Xiaobei is really able to produce so much gold? Words without proof? Yi Xiaobei's face sank when he heard this Migres Peak disciple, and he walked over in a few steps to arrive before the Migres Peak disciple. What? You've become enraged from embarrassment after being exposed by me? The latter looked at Yi Xiaobei and sneered. Earlier, you said I had words without proof? You think I'm unable to produce 10 million gold, right? Yi Xiaobei's gaze went cold as he looked at the Migres Peak disciple before him, and with a raise of his hand, a large stack of gold bills appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Yi Xiaobei's move was extremely swift, and with a bang, the large stack of gold bills was flung onto the Migres Peak disciple's face, causing the latter's nose to bleed. The gold bills scattered all over the ground. The Migres Peak disciple was enraged and wanted to attack Yi Xiaobei. Earlier, it was 1 million gold. Now, it's 2 million gold. The Migres Peak disciple didn't have the time to attack when Yi Xiaobei took out another large stack of gold bills, and with a bang, he once again flung it onto the Migres Peak disciple's face. Bang, 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 bang. A total of 10 large stacks of gold bills were taken out by Yi Xiaobei in 10 batches, then successively flung onto the Migres Peak disciple's face. Meanwhile, the rage in the eyes of the Migres Peak disciple that was flung into a daze by Yi Xiaobei's gold bills had already completely vanished. His heart trembled as he looked at the 10,000 gold bills on the ground. A person that was able to take out 10 million gold bills in one go wasn't someone he could offend. How about it? Are you convinced? Do you still need me to take out another 10 million gold bills for you to see? Yi Xiaobei looked down condescendingly at the Migres Peak disciple whose face was covered in blood, and his voice was cold and indifferent. No need. No need. The Migres Peak disciple was terrified, completely terrified. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and was dumbstruck as he watched. Needless to say, to a certain extent, this Yi Xiaobei's temper was extremely compatible with his. That stack of gold bills was flung down with a bang, and it caused him to be unable to refrain from feeling that it was slightly funny. This Migres Peak disciple looked down on others, and now he was asking for humiliation. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were dumbstruck since long ago. The 10,000 gold bills on the ground added up to 10 million gold. It was still the first time in their entire lives that they'd seen so much money. For a time, the gazes they shot at Yi Xiaobei with were completely different. A person that was able to take out 10 million gold to play like this was absolutely not an ordinary person. Why aren't you helping me pick up all these gold bills? Under Yi Xiaobei's furious gaze, the Migres Peak disciple with a bloody face hurriedly squatted down and obediently picked up the pile of gold bills. Yi Xiaobei, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Xiaobei and lightly smiled. I forgot to add earlier, what I want to sell is the rewards besides the profound origin fruit. Those origin-strengthening pills and other medicinal pills aren't worth so much money. You better put the money away. Chapter 319. As soon as Yi Xiaobei finished speaking, the surroundings went into an uproar. All the Migres Peak disciples were completely dumbstruck on the ground. Although the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition wasn't bad, but besides the profound origin fruit, it was at most worth over 10,000 gold. Now, this Yi Xiaobei actually wanted to spend 10 million gold to buy something that was worth over 10,000 gold. This Yi Xiaobei's head has been kicked by a donkey, right? This was the thought in the hearts of most of the Migres Peak disciples present. After all, as far as they were concerned, unless one's head was kicked by a donkey, otherwise, it would be impossible for one to do such an absurd thing. No matter how much money one had, it wasn't to be used like this. Of course, they only dared to think like this in their hearts, and no one dared speak it out. There were also some Migres Peak disciples that glanced at Yi Xiaobei with admiration. They were able to discern that Yi Xiaobei spending 10 million gold to buy the reward in Duan Lingtian's hands was fake, and the real reason he wanted to make friends with Duan Lingtian was because he wanted to, with the natural talent in the martial Tao that Duan Lingtian revealed now. When he matured in the future, he would surely be a peerless figure in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. When Duan Lingtian stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, not to mention 10 million gold, even if it was 100 million gold, Duan Lingtian might not be able to take a fancy to it. Making friends with Duan Lingtian at this time was undoubtedly the wisest choice. 10 million gold was only a bet that Yi Xiaobei placed on Duan Lingtian. In the future, when Duan Lingtian matured, it could be imagined that with his status as Duan Lingtian's friend, there would probably be not many people in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that dared offend him. Here are 10 million taels of gold notes. Keep them. Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Xiaobei and lightly smiled. He was naturally able to guess Yi Xiaobei's intentions, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion at Yi Xiaobei's courage. 10 million gold. After all, even if it was the current him, the total wealth in his possession was only 40 million gold. More than half of them were contributed to him by the Magnolia Trading Company's Black Wind City branch president, Xiaoguang, who intended to seize the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouseback in Black Wind City. Yi Xiaobei was stunned by Duan Lingtian's refusal. Then, he stared at Duan Lingtian and said, "Senior brother Duan Lingtian is indeed not an ordinary person. You can remain calm in the face of 10 million taels of gold. However, this 10 million taels of gold is a token of my appreciation to senior brother Duan Lingtian. I hope senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian can accept it." In terms of age, Yi Xiaobei was 1 to 2 years older than Duan Lingtian. However, he addressed himself as a junior brother in front of Duan Lingtian, because he knew in his heart that Duan Lingtian had the right to do so. Token of appreciation? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I can't accept this token of appreciation. If you're interested, then spend 10,000 gold to buy the medicinal pills I obtained as a reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. How about it? Yi Xiaobei seemed to have realized Duan Lingtian's resolution and nodded. I'll do as senior brother Duan Lingtian says. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian withdrew the medicinal pills he obtained as a reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition and passed them to Yi Xiaobei. After that, he put away the 10,000 gold before smiling to Yi Xiaobei and preparing to leave. Farewell, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Yi Xiaobei called out to Duan Lingtian. Is there anything else? Duan Lingtian turned around to look at Yi Xiaobei with a bewildered expression. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, if there's anything you need help with in the future, you can come look for me, Yi Xiaobei. I'm unable to help you with an important matter, but so long as it's a matter that can be solved with money, then it's not a problem to me, Yi Xiaobei. Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke slowly. His words were filled with confidence. So long as it's a problem that can be solved with money, it's not a problem? Needless to say, Yi Xiaobei was extremely arrogant. But all the Migres Peak disciples present, including Duan Lingtian, knew that he had the qualifications to be arrogant. Not only had Yi Xiaobei tossed out 10 million gold to slap the face of the Migres Peak disciple that doubted him, he'd even threatened that if the latter still wanted to experience another 10 million gold, he could take out another 10 million silver. In other words, the wealth that Yi Xiaobei carried with him exceeded 20 million gold. Thank you. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Yi Xiaobei before turning around and leaving. Since Yi Xiaobei had already spoken to this extent, he would accept Yi Xiaobei's kindness. Moreover, Yi Xiaobei's temper was extremely similar to his. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaobei put away the 10 million gold as well. As for the Migres Peak disciple that helped him pick up the gold that covered the ground, he stood at the side now and didn't dare breathe loudly, as he was deeply afraid that Yi Xiaobei would get even with him later. However, Yi Xiaobei obviously didn't have the intention of looking for trouble with him, and only coldly swept him with his gaze. Fuck off. The latter hurriedly fled when he heard this, and he didn't dare stay for a moment longer. It was also from this moment onwards that the group of Migres Peak disciples knew that a Migres Peak disciple with an extraordinary background was concealed within Migres Peak. He was called Yi Xiaobei. A few days later, Duan Lingtian's mood walked out from the haze of the departure of the little pythons. Little black, little white, both of you have to work hard. Otherwise, perhaps I'll surpass both of you the next time we meet. Duan Lingtian stood on the tilted tree and looked at the direction that the mysterious yellow-clothed young woman, Han Xuanai, left with the two little pythons, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile of anticipation. He looked forward to meeting the two little fellows once more. At that time, they ought to have grown up. With my current strength, I ought to be able to participate in the inner court test and become an inner court disciple. Duan Lingtian slightly pondered and planned to inquire about the inner court test. Unexpectedly, he'd only just arrived nearby the trade hall when he saw an old man walking towards him. He wasn't unfamiliar with this old man. The Migres Peak outer court elder, Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian. Lu Qiu had a face full of smiles when he saw Duan Lingtian once more. He'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Shi Hao in one go in the outer court martial competition a few days ago, seizing the first place in the outer court martial competition and becoming the #1 disciple in the outer court. He still remembered. At that time, when he just heard of this news, he was stunned for a very long time. At that time, he only had a single thought in his heart. Unbelievable. An outer court disciple that he'd personally brought into Migres Peak half a year ago had become the #1 disciple in the outer court half a year later. Because of this, he'd even obtained the reward bestowed by the Peak Master of Migres Peak. He knew clearly in his heart that all this was given to him by Duan Lingtian. So, when he faced Duan Lingtian now, he completely treated Duan Lingtian as an equal. Elder Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian, I really never imagined that your strength would be so strong. Lu Qiu couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was extremely complicated. After that, Lu Qiu continued. I've waited for you for 2 days, yet I didn't see you appear, and I don't know where your place of cultivation is. Looks like you've even concealed your place of cultivation very deeply. As he finished speaking, Lu Qiu glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't explain further, then asked curiously. Elder Lu Qiu, you've waited for me for 2 days? Do you need something from me? It wasn't I who was looking for you. Lu Qiu shook his head. Then, Duan Lingtian had an expression of bewilderment. It's the Peak Master who wants to see you. Lu Qiu didn't beat around the bush and directly went straight to the point. Peak Master? Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched. Which Peak Master? Lu Qiu smiled. It's naturally the Peak Master of our Migres Peak. Are you free now? If you are, I'll bring you to Dubhe Peak's Migres Hall to see the Peak Master right now. Since he found out that you killed Shi Hao and became the #1 disciple in the outer court, bringing honor to Migres Peak, the Peak Master has always wanted to see you in person. Migres Peak's Peak Master? Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm fine. Since it's the Peak Master who summoned me, then I'll ask Elder Lu Qiu to lead the way. Although he'd arrived at Migres Peak for half a year, yet he'd never seen the Peak Master of Migres Peak. He was rather curious towards the mysterious Peak Master of Migres Peak. All right. Lu Qiu nodded, then walked side by side with Duan Lingtian to leave Migres Peak and step onto the chain bridge to head towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. On the way, Duan Lingtian saw a group of people gathered together and walking towards Migres Peak. The person in the lead was Duan Lingtian's old acquaintance, the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin. At the same time that Duan Lingtian saw Zhao Lin saw him as well. The gazes of the two people entered into a competition without the slightest trace of gunpowder, equally matched. Behind Zhao Lin followed two Migres Peak disciples, and when they saw Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu now, they greeted respectfully. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, Elder Lu Qiu, Zhao Lin, these are the new outer court disciples this time? Lu Qiu's gaze descended onto the 20 young men behind Zhao Lin and the two Migres Peak disciples. These 20 young men were all in casual clothes, and they were currently looking around and were filled with curiosity towards everything before their eyes. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile when he saw these 20 young men, as if he'd seen himself from half a year ago. Yes, Zhao Lin nodded, then withdrew his cold gaze from Duan Lingtian, then turned around to look at the group of hotheads behind him. This is Elder Lu Qiu, and he's also our Migres Peak's outer court elder. Why aren't you saluting? The 20 hotheads that had just passed the 7-star sword sect's outer court test shuddered when they heard this, then hurriedly bowed to Lu Qiu. Greetings, Elder Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu lightly smiled as he nodded, then introduced Duan Lingtian by his side. This is your senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother? For a moment, these outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect frowned when they looked at Duan Lingtian. He's only a little over 20, right? Senior brother? Humph. He only entered the sect earlier than us, and his strength might not be stronger than us. He wants us to call him senior brother? Exactly. On what basis does this young kid have to be our senior brother? The 20 hotheads all seemed to be disdainful when facing Duan Lingtian now. Lu Qiu frowned when he saw this, then looked at Zhao Lin, seeming to want Zhao Lin to teach these kids that didn't know their limits a lesson. But Zhao Lin only smiled lightly and didn't do anything. Ask him to help Duan Lingtian. Chapter 320. Elder Lu Qiu, let's go. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke to Lu Qiu. He utterly didn't take the words of these outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect seriously. Lu Qiu glanced at Zhao Lin and was slightly displeased, but after he heard what Duan Lingtian said, he nodded. Yes. Since Duan Lingtian didn't make a fuss about it, then he had no reason to make a fuss about it with these new disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect and Migres Peak. Oh, feeling guilty? Senior brother, aren't you afraid of us now? Some of the new disciples couldn't refrain from laughing extremely complacently. Duan Lingtian's face sank. He didn't make a fuss about it with these new disciples earlier because he felt it wasn't necessary. The height he stood at now was already different from these new disciples since long ago. If he were to make a fuss about it, then he would seem to have lost his bearing. It would undoubtedly be bullying the weak. But now, these new disciples were actually chattering without end. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Feeling guilty? Afraid of all of you? Duan Lingtian abruptly turned around, and his icy cold gaze flashed past the 20 new disciples one by one. Just all of you are worthy. Just all of you are worthy. Duan Lingtian's voice was like a thunderclap, causing the 20 new disciples to be muddled. After a short moment, they recovered from their shock, and all of them flew into a rage out of humiliation. Kid, do you think you really have the qualifications to be our senior brother, just because you entered the 7-star sword sect earlier than us? The face of a new disciple around the age of 23 or 24 sank, and cold lights flickered within his eyes. Exactly. Cloud Continent has always paid particular attention to the strong being respected. If you want to be our senior brother, then your strength must surpass us. Do you believe that I can throw a little brat that's a little over 20 like you down here with a single hand? Another new disciple looked at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Although the other new disciples didn't speak, but the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian now undoubtedly expressed the same meaning. They looked down upon Duan Lingtian. They did not think that Duan Lingtian was stronger than them. He was just an outer sect disciple in his early 20s. The two Migres Peak disciples behind Zhao Lin were dumbstruck for a moment. This group of hotheads actually dared to be so arrogant in front of senior brother Duan Lingtian? Even the two of them had to respectfully greet Duan Lingtian as senior brother Duan Lingtian when they saw him. These hotheads had instead offended their Migres Peak's #1 outer court disciple before even arriving at Migres Peak. No, it should be said to be the 7-star sword sect's #1 outer court disciple. As far as they were concerned, these hotheads were simply courting death. At that moment, they were about to open their mouths and berate those hotheads. Didn't these hotheads hear them respectfully addressing Duan Lingtian as senior brother Duan Lingtian? However, before they could open their mouths, they were stopped by Zhao Lin's fierce gaze. Although they didn't know why Zhao Lin wanted to stop them, but since Zhao Lin had interfered, they naturally obediently shut their mouths. Although Duan Lingtian was the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, but if it was in terms of status and strength, then he would be unable to catch up to the current Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin. After all, Zhao Lin's age and seniority were placed there, and it was utterly not something the current Duan Lingtian could compare to. Perhaps one day in the future, Duan Lingtian would be able to surpass Zhao Lin in all aspects, but it was impossible now. So, between Duan Lingtian and Zhao Lin, they chose the latter. You said earlier that you can throw me down from here with a single hand? Duan Lingtian looked at the new disciple that spoke earlier, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. If someone familiar with Duan Lingtian was here and saw Duan Lingtian's current smile, the person would surely know that someone was about to be struck with misfortune. However, the new disciple seemed as if he didn't notice anything amiss in the slightest, and he looked down at Duan Lingtian with a condescending gaze as he sneered. Exactly. I only need one hand to throw you down from here, you little brat. This new disciple had large arms and a round waist, and was a robust young man. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was able to faintly detect that the cultivation of this robust young man ought to be at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage without a doubt. A 3rd-level Origin Core stage martial artist said he could throw him down from here? Duan Lingtian felt a burst of amusement in his heart. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the face of Lu Qiu, who stood beside Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, this new disciple was truly too arrogant. Did he really think that Duan Lingtian was an ordinary outer court disciple? You keep calling yourself looks like you're extremely confident of your own strength. Then let me see how you throw me down from here. Duan Lingtian looked at the robust young man, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's entire body flashed out, instantly arriving before the robust young man and giving rise to a wave of piercingly cold, strong winds. Above Duan Lingtian, 110 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This scene terrified the robust young man to the point his face went ghastly pale, and he was completely dumbstruck, and the origin energy he just accumulated was instantly annihilated. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and he wasn't able to move in the slightest. What a joke. If an 8th-level Origin Core stage martial artist wanted to attack him, he utterly didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Slap. Duan Lingtian made a move. His hand slapped onto the robust young man's shoulder and locked onto the robust young man's right arm. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian exerted strength in his hand. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, the robust young man was thrown out of the chain bridge by Duan Lingtian. Then Duan Lingtian grabbed onto the robust young man's shoulder and hung the robust young man in midair, and his gaze was cold. Now, what do you think? Do you only need a single hand to be able to throw me down? Duan Lingtian's voice contained frightening icy coldness mixed within, causing the robust young man that was suspended in midair to go ghastly pale, and his eyes emitted despair as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Senior brother, spare me. Senior brother, spare me. Presently, he was in midair and had nowhere to borrow strength from. He could imagine that so long as this 8th level origin core stage outer court disciple that was a little over 20 years old let go, he would surely fall into the bottomless abyss, and not even his bones would remain. Cold sweat flowed out from the robust young man's forehead, and he hated himself to the extreme in his heart. Why did he have to be the one to stand out? 8th level of the origin core stage. Meanwhile, the group of new disciples that were terrified by the strength that Duan Lingtian revealed recovered from their shock, and when they saw the scene before them, their faces went ghastly pale, and all of them emitted terrified gazes. Never had they imagined that this outer court disciple that was a little over 20 years old, younger than any of them, would actually possess such a terrifying strength. An 8th level origin core stage martial artist that was only a little over 20 years old. Were all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples so abnormal? Presently, most of the new disciples had a slight lingering fear in their hearts, and they rejoiced that they didn't go too far with their words earlier. Otherwise, the person that was pulled out of the chain bridge and suspended in midair wouldn't be the robust young man, but them. For a time, they started to mourn silently for the robust young man in their hearts. 8th level of the origin core stage. Zhao Lin's expression was extremely unsightly. Never had he imagined that after Duan Lingtian consumed the profound origin fruit, he would actually break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed in the sky when Duan Lingtian attacked, and it was obviously the symbol of the 8th level of the origin core stage. Compared to Zhao Lin's unsightly expression, Lu Qiu instead had a pleasantly surprised expression. Even though he knew that Duan Lingtian had obtained the profound origin fruit and guessed that Duan Lingtian would have a breakthrough, but between the 6th level of the origin core stage and the 7th level of the origin core stage, there was a divide that was like a chasm. As far as he was concerned, after Duan Lingtian consumed the profound origin fruit, he would at most break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Unexpectedly, the truth wasn't so. Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. How would Lu Qiu know that Duan Lingtian had actually broken through to the 7th level of the origin core stage, just as he thought? But because of the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that he cultivated, he possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, more than an ordinary 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Even if he made a move now, Duan Lingtian had the intention to establish his might, and he still concealed the strength of an ancient mammoth. But even then, he would still be mistaken by others that Duan Lingtian was an 8th level origin core stage martial artist. This was also Duan Lingtian's objective. He precisely wanted to let others know that he was an 8th level origin core stage martial artist now. The 2 Migres Peak disciples behind Zhao Lin now had dumbstruck expressions as well. Senior brother Duan Lingtian actually broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go? They were all shocked. Senior brother, spare me, spare me. The robust young man whose shoulder was grabbed by Duan Lingtian and floated 30 kilometers high in the sky outside the chain bridge had his clothes drenched in sweat, and his voice was miserable as he begged for mercy from Duan Lingtian. What? Didn't you say you wanted to throw me down? I'm extremely curious. If I let go now? Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely gloomy, and he calmly looked at the robust young man who ceaselessly begged for mercy. Senior brother, don't. I was joking earlier, right? I was joking. The robust young man was terrified by Duan Lingtian to the point his face went pale, and he ceaselessly begged for mercy. Duan Lingtian, enough? Zhao Lin finally interfered. His face sank as he looked at Duan Lingtian, and his voice was incomparably cold and indifferent. Enough? Duan Lingtian turned around to look at Zhao Lin when he heard Zhao Lin stopping him, then sneered. Elder Zhao Lin, I didn't see you say anything when they provoked me earlier. Now, I've only lightly punished the person that spoke rudely, and you can't continue watching? Although the conflict between him and Zhao Lin wasn't shallow, but Zhao Lin's actions still caused Duan Lingtian to feel incomparably furious. Zhao Lin was biased in this matter, and was ashamed of being an outer court elder of Migrez Peak. Let him go. Zhao Lin looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold and indifferent gaze, and his voice was low and deep. Elder Zhao Lin, are you sure you want me to let him go? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Zhao Lin. Then he couldn't refrain from laughing as he glanced at the robust young man that was thrown out of the chain bridge. Looks like Elder Zhao Lin wants you to die. Tell me, should I listen to Elder Zhao Lin and let you go? No, don't. Don't let me go. Senior brother, I beg you, don't let me go. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.